Operating water assigned to us for submerged operation by OpScan 48 Tech 18, verified by the Nav and myself. Sounding is 1385 fathoms beneath the keel and checks with chart. I have verified that my watch team is ready to submerge the ship. I intend to submerge the ship to 155 feet. Dive! Dive!
With a need to bleed you when the light goes green. Best believe I'm in the zone to be. From a yin to my yang to Z. Put a grin on my chin when you come to me. Cause I'll win, I'm a one of a kind. And I'll bring death to the place you're about to be. Another river of blood running under my feet. Forged in the fire that long ago. Stand next to me, you'll never stand alone. I'm last to leave, but the first to go. Lord, make me dead before you make me whole. I feed on the fear of the devil inside of the enemy. Faces in my sight. Aim with a hand, shoot with a mind, kill with a heart like Arctic ice.
I am a soldier and I'm marching on.
I am a soldier and I'm marching on.
I am a warrior, this is my song.
I am a warrior and this is my song. I'm basking in the glow of the rising war. Lay waste to the ground of an enemy shore. Wade through the blood spilled on the floor. And if another one stands, I'll kill some more. Bullet in the breach and a fire in me. Like a cigarette thrown to gasoline. If death don't bring you fear, I swear you'll fear these marching feet. Come to the nightmare, come to me. Deep down in the dark where the devil be. In the mall where the jaws and the razor teeth. Where the brimstone burns and the angel weeps. Call to the gods if I cross your path. And my silhouette hangs like a body bag. Hope is a moment now long past. The shadow of death is the one I cast. I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a warrior and this is my song. My eyes are steel and my gaze is long. I am a warrior and this is my song.
We're not just going to shoot the bastard. We're going to cut out their living guts and use them to grease the treads of our tanks. We're going to murder those lousy bastards by the bushel.
Now I live lean and I mean to inflict the grief. And the least of me is still out of your reach. The killing machine's gonna do the deed until the river runs dry and my last breath leaves. Chin in the air with a head held high. I'll stand in the path of the enemy line. Feel no fear, know my pride. For God and country I'll end your life. I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a warrior and this is my song. My eyes are steel and my gaze is long. I am a warrior and this is my song.
All right, now you sons of bitches. You know how I feel.
Good morning, Warriors. What's going on? It's Cash Jackson, War's Hells Podcast, coming to you live from Logan County, Arkansas, down here in the mountains. Looking right out my window at them, as a matter of fact, over my pond. It's a beautiful pond, by the way. Got some ducks out there this morning joining us. And hold on a second. Let me get over here to the comments section. You know, oh shit, CJ got me. I used the wrong intro. That's what you get for not being at work today, CJ. CJ's got the day off. He only helps me out Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 8 a.m. to 11 where we discuss today's host of issues, and we do it in a not so politically correct fashion. That is why this show is not for those younger than 18, unless you yourself, the parent, have decided that it's acceptable for your kids to hear somebody like Cash Jackson that is not politically correct. So if you've got one of those teenagers with a raunchy mouth that they learn from you, but you still teach them and they're intelligent and they're respectful to others, yeah, let them tune in. Fuck it, why not? Here's your first F-bomb of the morning, haters. Want to talk about this Tom Cotton thing a little bit more, okay? I'm going to beat the guy up. I don't know him personally, right? Some people are going to hate me because I'm down here in the South and I'm white and I hunt and I fish and I was in the military, and so I should love Tom Cotton. I love it. I love legislators that do the right thing. No matter who that is, Democrat or Republican, if they do the right thing, I like them. What Tom Cotton did down here or in Washington, D.C. here recently was one of the largest transgressions towards the American people that nobody realizes or understands to the degree that they should. I'm not insulting them. I'm not saying that they're stupid. I'm just saying that they're largely uninformed and ignorant. And ignorant, unfortunately, in this country has, like other words, been so misapplied. Nobody, we conflate it with other things. The American people is ignorant about what's transpiring underneath their noses and right before their very, very eyes. Tom Cotton proposes a bill to increase child support on non-custodial parents. Okay, fine. Number one, where did Tom Cotton come from to all of a sudden start, jumping on the single mom bandwagon, right? That's normally something, the left and the right, they both do it because they're both misinformed, which is why we have the legislation that we have that Tom Cotton was proposing to increase child support on non-custodial parents. I don't know, people get tired of me droning on and on and on, but I have to until more people are educated that teach others. I have to until more people understand what's happening. This is a financial federal incentive in Title IV funding. Let me get CJ's thing off there. You used the wrong intro. This is a better one. Put that one up. We're going to call Tom Cotton's office this morning, as a matter of fact, to do a follow-up because they still haven't called me back. But this piece of legislation, ultimately what it will do is, now help me out with this one. We're going to take, taxpayer in Arkansas. And then over here, you've got, here we go, the whores in Washington, D.C. So you take the taxpayer over here. The federal government takes the money. They eat all your shit. They take all your money. This big mouth, filthy bastards. Look. So they swallow up all the taxpayers' money. And then the state comes trotting along. Is like, hey, we've got all these child support programs and we need help from the federal government to recover some of the welfare expenses these single moms are using. So federal government's like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, state. We'll help you out. We'll make this program, this Title IV funding for you. And, we'll come over and what we'll do is we'll, in fact, give you lots of money. And it's not easy to get money out of the federal government. You got to do, look at this. You got to do something pretty serious to get money out of this representative of federal government here that swallowed all the taxpayers' money, including the taxpayer, right? But to get it back, I had no idea it would do this, right? So I'm just playing off of this moment. But to get it back, you have to force open the jaws of government to get the money out, right? To go back to the state. So the state runs a child support collection program, lots of administration, lots of bureaucracy, lots of people getting paid, a lot of pensions, perks, benefits, days off, federal holidays, all that good jazz, right? But to get that fucking money back, you know what they got to do? Take your kids. Take your kids. That's what they do. Those federal dollars incentivizes the state. If the state didn't collect the child support, okay, if they didn't collect it, they wouldn't get these federal dollars. But in order to collect it, they have to put in a child support order. To put in the child support order, they have to make somebody an every other weekend visitor to their kids. And that historically, statistically, and most often is attributed to fathers, which is why Tom Cotton said what he said, that fathers need to pay their child support. We know men in this country pay child support. We are the breadwinners still. And men paying child support, you know what? Many of you, not all of you. Hold on a second. This is my attorney. Hold on. This could be good. Ted, I'm live doing a show right now. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, what's up? Didn't expect to call in, but we got the order signed.
Oh, great.
So
What's the order?
The order states that Dr. Bedell, Sally Lichter, and Katie Angel are going to meet, and they're going to put together some sort of plan. According to Sally Lichter, Katie Angel wants to move forward with this, which is a pleasant surprise. And then the recommendations will be entered by further agreed order.
By further agreed order. So I don't get to see my kids over Christmas. No phone calls with my kids for Christmas. I don't get nothing.
There may be. I mean, they're going to talk. They're going to talk about it. So this committee.
There's a committee now to decide when I get to see and talk to my kids. Judge Christensen set forth the whole committee. We got a committee now to decide when I get to see my kids. Great. What else?
Well, I mean, Raymond's motion wasn't granted, and
You mean the pedophile defender? That guy, the guy that defended.
The pedophile defender.
Right,
Yeah,
Raymond Bolt, the pedophile defender in Lindenhurst, Illinois. Yeah, that guy. He's my ex's attorney, by the way. Doesn't mind hurting kids. Doesn't care.
Raymond's a dirtbag, and I made a comment to Judge Christensen that the children were again meeting with Dr. Bedell before they even met him, according to the email that Julia, your ex, stage managed. And he accused me in court of lying, and then he accused me in court of outside of court of lying, or more of the same. Of course, I've never lied in court once, ever. I mean, in fact, that's unfortunately my reputation as being honest. I had another GAL tell me.
That'll get you punished. In court, being honest will get you punished, especially if you're a non-custodial parent.
Right. Well, it's funny. I talked to a GAL in DuPage County who's actually, my experience with him has been fairly positive. And he told me that some of his colleagues are so dishonest that he refuses to have Zoom hearings with them during the COVID break.
Can I ask you something, Ted, on the air, live, as an attorney trained in the law? Is right now at this very moment, am I legally not allowed to see my kids by Illinois statutes? And they severed contact with my children over 2 years ago. Did they sever that contact legally in accordance with the Constitution and Illinois state law, or did the court and the mother, Julia Winterweedle, all violate the Constitution? Which Julia can't. I mean,
I believe that Judge Salvi exceeded his jurisdiction in entering orders on both March 12th, 2018 and November 14th, 2018 on his own motion, exceeding his jurisdiction and in fact, making you eligible for federal injunctive relief. Yes, I do. No, it was not done legally. And, today we were, Judge Christensen was talking about a breach that when there's a breach, the reunification counseling has to, address and cure the breach, that they have to go back into the past. And anyone who's been involved in these proceedings, you always hear from the court, oh, forget about the past, just move forward. So that was Dr. Bedell's plan. And now they're saying, no, you have to go back into the past and you have to cure the breach. Well, what is the breach? The breach was the illegal order that they entered, which fouled this all up. So it's a complete joke. It's a breach that they caused, and the pain and suffering and the error that is now put on the burden of you and me of having to be cured and your ex who created this, openly sabotaging the process. The appointed expert wrote and said that she's enmeshed, that he's never seen this level of interference before from a parent in a reunification context, and that's not enough. Instead of punishing her and holding her in contempt, they form a committee.
Yeah, a committee. So now I'm waiting. I'll be waiting on. Now, mind you, it's been 2 years since I've seen my children at all. Okay, so I'm speaking to my audience right now, Ted. It's been 2 years since I've seen my kids. Now, you're listening to my attorney, Ted Bush. He represents me pro bono and has done so for in excess of 1 year. The amount of services he has provided and rendered to me I would venture to say cost at an average attorney rate in Lake County, Illinois, which is very high. I would venture to say that this attorney who has represented me pro bono, not to mention the other 3 or 4 people he represents pro bono, I would imagine that his fees would have totaled up to probably over $250,000 at this juncture. With as many times as
I don't know if I would go that far.
how many times did you file with the appeals court? What's a normal appeal cost somebody, an appeals attorney?
It can go up to 50,000.
You've been to federal court multiple times.
Oh yeah, right. I was before well, I think we'll have a program on this and talk about this. But I appeared before the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals yesterday, and if your viewers would like to go to the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals website and pull up the oral argument on JB et al. Versus Woodard et al., you will hear Judge Diane Wood, about 12 minutes into this oral argument, state that that federal abstention doctrines, which is it do not apply to private civil cases. Meaning, I have one of the most respected judges in the country acknowledging on the record that there's the state has no interest in these state level private civil disputes. And the state always interjects themselves and acts as if they're the party and they're the parent patriae, the stand-in parent. And I've got one of the most respected justices now on the record saying, no, that doesn't apply. That in fact, the only federal interest is our rights. And so, yeah, I had a nice little morning yesterday before appellate judges Wood, St. Eve, and Scudder, and it went pretty well.
Here, can we read some things out of the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence? Could I read a sentence or two? I lost my spot here. I thought this really interesting. And this is on page 12 here of the Constitution of the United States of America with the Declaration of Independence included. This copy of mine is signed by Rand Paul. I have those with Rand Paul in Washington, D.C. I was there with my friends Frank Hand and Anthony Sabelli, men like myself who have been kept from our children, right? So they were present when I got this signed, this Constitution and Declaration of Independence by Rand Paul, who happens to be one of my heroes, even though I did not say that to him. But here we're discussing turmoil between debtors and creditors. So you guys will kind of pick up where this is going as I read it. The Confederation had repeated difficulties with the states. They rarely paid what they owed the Confederation in full or on time. Some never paid at all. They also ignored treaties with Indian nations. Okay, so number one, I want you to acknowledge that. Say this for yourself. We as the United States ignored treaties with Indian nations, have done so, and continue to do so. That means all of the American people are in violation of the Constitution as we continue to support legislators who continue to violate the Constitution to uphold treaty rights. Because a lot of these.
You got to interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
I got to get my car out of this parking garage. I got stuck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
No, you're good.
I'll call back in.
Go ahead. All right. Now I'm going somewhere with this. So hang out with me, right? Don't run away from the Constitution because you know you don't know it and you feel guilty about it. And here you hear this 20-year Navy veteran discussing it. You should learn it. You should share it, right? We should be having these discussions. This is not a page, mind you, for anybody who doesn't want to have thought-provoking discussions and conversation about what is actually happening in this country and what our founding fathers did to rectify what was happening to them. So I want to acknowledge, and I wanted to publicly acknowledge and for us to agree that we have a long history of violating treaties. Now, I'm going more again with this, because how we treated the Native Americans and how people allowed that inhumane treatment to transpire, how we allowed for the breaking of these treaties to transpire time after time after time, built up government's historical confidence that they could violate human rights and nobody cared. We saw that through slavery. We saw it through what happened with natives as we conquered these lands. And that's something that people don't want to say because it's not politically correct, right? It was taken by force. It was conquered. And the way many other lands were conquered across the globe, right? People warred and took territories. This happened all over the globe. This was not the only place, and it was a nasty, horrible, tragic thing that human beings did to one another, and it was normalized throughout the world. Okay? The same as slavery, which still is transpiring today, especially in Asia and Africa and the United States. Slavery is transpiring. You don't think that piece of legislation that Tom Cotton is pushing has a lot to do with what I'm reading here right now? Then you lack the ability, which means you should spend more time with me. Yeah, I'm going to say it. I'm smarter than you on this topic, right? On this topic, I'm smarter than you. And I want you to sit and listen and learn for a moment about what's happening. I spent 20 years in the Navy, okay? If I spent 20 years, just give me 20 minutes of your time or 2 hours. Many states failed to send delegates to Congress, right? So they just failed to send them at all, often leaving Congress unable to function. The Confederation could not force states to meet their obligations, and it could not amend the articles to give Congress more power. States disputed boundaries, arguing over fishing rights, waged trade wars against one another, and imposed tariffs on goods imported across state lines, all to bolster their own economies at their neighbors' expense. Also, settlers in frontier regions of New York, Virginia, Massachusetts, and North Carolina tried to found independent states, and Congress could not help resolve these disputes. Most alarming, turmoil between debtors and creditors convulsed many states, a problem worsened by the economic downturn of the mid-1780s. Hardest hit were farmers who lived from harvest to harvest and could be ruined by one bad year, just like a non-custodial father. In Rhode Island, battles between debtor and creditor parties led to rapidly changing state laws, such as paper money laws that helped debtors but hobbled interstate commerce and seemed to nervous creditors to attack the rights of private property. Where debtors could not win relief through politics, they rebelled against what they saw as heartless creditors. Heartless creditors. I'm going to read this again. And this is in the Constitution of the United States of America with Declaration of Independence. Where debtors could not win relief through politics, i.e. running for governor, they rebelled, i.e. using their First Amendment right to create a radio, podcast, talk show to rebel peacefully, as much as I've been able to do. But they rebelled against what they saw as heartless creditors, like judges and child support agencies that force us into debtors' prisons while denying us access to our children. Heartless creditors, like single mothers that make $85,000 to $90,000 a year and get $1,200 a year from their retired ex-Navy husband while denying them access to their 2 children, ages 14 and 13. The most famous debtors' rebellion was Shays' Rebellion, which began in western Massachusetts. Outbreaks of debtor violence spread beyond that state, from Vermont to Virginia. By some estimates, 1/4 of the armed men of New England, 1/4 of the armed men of New England took part in Shays' rebellion. Daniel Shays, a former captain in the Continental Army, was more a symbol of revolt than an actual leader of the rebellion. He was a debt-ridden farmer who struggled to keep a roof over his family's head. In January of 1787, Massachusetts authorities, with the help of the Continental Army, put down Shays' rebellion, but its lessons lingered. Heartless creditors, like those who take your children from you, keep them from you, force you to pay extraordinary amounts of money to regain access to something that never should have been taken to begin with, that was illegal to begin with. And nobody put a stop to it. To this day, nobody has put a stop to what they're doing to me and my kids. This makes pretty clear to me what we're supposed to do. And this is the issue that arises. What Vince has said. It's not just your right, it's your duty. It's your duty. These are, and what we're experiencing, are some of the worst transgressions that have went unchecked in human history. I've lost more than 10 friends to suicide, right? More than 10. Many of them were involved in their own cases in family law court or lived outside of what had transpired, meaning they were so traumatized by what had occurred to them that they completely stepped away from the person that they were. They removed themselves and became and accepted a new identity, one without their children, because it's entirely too painful. It's entirely too painful. Taxation without representation was one of the predominant drivers of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Settlers being taxed without having any sort of representation for them in government, in British government. And they love their country. They love their homeland. They love where they come from. They love the people. And why wouldn't they? This is where any of those who made it over here safely, they raised their kids there. They had heritage there. They built families and businesses and grew their identity there. It wouldn't be easy to venture off across the seas and wind up in new lands. I want you to consider something that I don't think many people really talk about. And one of the differences, hold on. Yeah, you're back on live, bud. I'm just finishing up a statement here.
Okay.
I don't think that many people realize at the time that colonists came to the Americas, that you hear often about how natives, they did war. There were warring tribes. I don't want to say that there wasn't. There was plenty of warring tribes, but largely the communal style living in support of their community, in the way that their heritage and their teaching and their culture worked. Where it was different was like when the political style, the economic style, the culture, the lifestyle in Europe was so dramatically different that they were living under tyranny. So they were driven from their lands because of tyranny. They wanted to flee those lands, many of them, because of the religious persecution, not being able to exercise their culture, their lifestyle, how they wanted to, without persecution. They could not enjoy the land they were on because they were forced to labor for the lords. The serfs, the working class like us, were forced to labor for the land, i.e., like a property tax that you never truly own. Government takes your labor and your property and you and who you are, and they strip everything away from you and say, under a threat of force, we have the ability to take this from you. If you don't give it to us, we will seize your lands. If you don't pay your child support, we will seize your children. Right? And they do. Don't tell me that they don't. They do. And here's how they'll do it. Take, for instance, me. I'm $7,400 behind on child support. Presuming I was still residing in Lake County where the tyrants that lorded over me are, and I stayed there, they would have issued a bench warrant for me on December 31st. If my case wasn't in the appeals court, right? It got dismissed today only because my attorney, Ted, on the line, filed an appeals. Were it not for that, were it not for a man volunteering his time for me, I wouldn't have this, as most people don't. Most people don't have the blessing I have in a pro bono great attorney who understands the law. But even with that, a year later, this man, a fantastic attorney, and he has not been able to get me one day with my children. And it's not his fault. He's doing everything that he can to do that within the scope of the law. But the judge, Christensen, in my case, has refused to dismiss orders that were entered by Judge Joseph Salvi while I was running for governor of Illinois in 2018, a political reprisal for my outspokenness and bringing unnecessary attention to his court system and what they were doing. The embarrassment that I was putting him under by being outspoken and brazen. How dare I fight for my kids? How dare I say, sir, I can't afford to turn over 44% of my pay. You're going to bankrupt me. I can't do that. 18, 19 years in the Navy. And as a callous, indifferent debt collector and debt setter, said he didn't care. He did not care. They're indifferent to your suffering. They're indifferent to the suffering of the people that they purport to serve and say that they love and support. They've got up veteran displays in the Lake County Courthouse. Veteran displays. And I walked in that uniform right there, and my mother sat and watched me get hauled away to a debtor's prison. My mother and the woman that I've loved for 6 years that has stood by me in this, watched me get handcuffed in that uniform in courtroom 102 in the 19th Judicial Circuit. I was handcuffed in that uniform and drug away and put in a debtor's prison for contempt of court because there's no right to an attorney, no right to a trial by jury there. There's no record because they're secret courts. These are star chambers. There's no cameras. There's no audio recording equipment. If you can't afford one, they won't just be reasonable people. They're completely indifferent that you can't afford a record. For me to get my case into the appeals court right now, how much is it going to cost me, Ted? Ted, I want you to tell these people, how much is it going to cost me to get my record from Lake County and get it into the appeals court so they can review the record of what happened to me?
Well, it's about $2,500.
$2,500.
$2,000 for transcripts and about $580 to compile the common law record in your case, which began in 2014.
How many hard drives could we buy with $2,580? I mean, I don't know how many gigs or terabytes we can put on like a small SD card, but how many of those that could hold volumes and volumes of information could we buy for $2,580?
Yeah, well, I mean, what happens is that they abuse people like you, and then they profit off it. You know, the system is there to feed itself, and so you're paying their court reporters, you're paying their clerks to compile a record of a public proceeding. Now, I went to them and I said, look, my client has my client is disabled, Navy veteran. Can we do a payment schedule? Can we pay a couple $100 a month? And they said no. I'm like, so I went to Judge Christensen. I said, Judge Christensen, do you have the authority to enter a payment schedule so we can get the record, but then pay off the cost over a period of time? And she said she doesn't have the authority to order the clerk to do that. I went down to the clerk's office. I asked the clerk, are there any regulations that allow you to establish a payment schedule in order to pay the fees? They said no. So what they're doing to you right now is that we're poised to appeal whether your veteran's disability income is veteran's disability payment is income that it can be paid as child support, but it's also whether that disability payments are even counted as income for purposes of being indigent and having a waiver of court fee. So what's happening right now is that they're blocking your access to the appellate court when on a prior occasion you had found to be indigent and that the disability
2017.
payments, that the disability payments were not considered as income. So we're being blocked from the appellate court on the very issue that we're appealing.
I'm sorry, isn't there a case out there that your financial position in life shouldn't be a barrier to justice? Am I mistaken here?
Yeah, there was a Supreme Court case in 1996 called MLB versus SLJ.
MLB versus SLJ. Okay.
Yeah, that court held that when fundamental personal liberty interests are at stake, including the access to one's children, I mean, what they've effectively done here is terminate your parenting rights without a hearing, which, by the way, Judge Christensen acknowledged today. I quoted her. I stated that to her, and she acknowledged, and somewhat begrudgingly, to her credit, she acknowledged that she has to have a hearing. And a hearing on what I'm not so sure on, but yeah, I mean, you have a right to when a court establishes a right to an appeal, the law states that they can't discriminate on indigent person. And in fact, there was a case from the Second District Appellate Court just on November 1st of this year, which indicated that the indigency status applies to appellate fees. But I mean, as of the moment, you sort of fall outside of that. Cash, I need to just take one 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. I'll just mute you.
30 seconds.
All right, do your thing. So what you hear Ted saying there is that in 2017, right, whenever I filed for my name change, there was a filing fee, and I filed for indigency because
All right, I'm back.
Because of the amount of money they were ordering me to turn over, right? That it was it would have totaled up to, at that time, $1,668 in child support, because it would have been $1,168 on my younger two kids that I haven't seen now in over 2 years, right? There's my daughter, right? We had a great relationship. Fantastic. Until the parental gatekeeping became so extreme. But they said, I got to pay $1,168 in child support on my younger two. I already had an existing child support order on my oldest son, which was $500 a month. That's $1,668 in child support for 3 children. And then they also add on, in Illinois, childcare and extracurricular activities. Now, I said, I'm willing to do childcare 5 days a week. I'm willing to watch my kids. I want to watch my kids. I've been separated from them for 3 years. From 2012 to 2015, I was separated from my kids. Nobody talks about this either, right? For 3 years, I was apart from my children before my divorce ever got finalized, okay? So 3 years I was apart from my kids. I lived 3 miles from the mother, right in between the mother and the school at that time. And I said, I told the court, I can't afford to pay $500 or $700 a month in childcare. Splitting it with her, she would be paying about that amount, $500 to $700. And I said, I can't afford it. I can't pay $1,668 in child support $500 or $700 in childcare and another $333 in extracurricular activities. That's like $2,400 to $2,500 a month. It was 40 or 44% of my active duty pay. Said there's no way I can afford that. Didn't care. Indifferent debt collectors, right? Callous debt collectors didn't care. And they set the debt, not me. I didn't set the debt. And some idiot is saying, yeah, you did. You had kids. Yeah, you dumbass. When I was with the mother of my children, the two of us and the two children lived underneath the same roof. So we both worked full time. She's an occupational therapist at that time, making $85,000 or $87,000. Ted, that's loud as fuck. $85,000 or $87,000. She made.
Cash?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd muted. Yeah, you there? Whatever you were doing was really loud. It was it's fucking up my feed. But she was making $85,000 or $87,000. Now I'm supposed to give her $1,200 a month, $1,168. I round it, $1,200, $500 to the mother of my oldest boy, and I'd done that successfully for 12 years straight, no problems, right? No problems. That's $1,700 in child support coming out of an E6 active duty military pay. I would have been able to afford our home and everything else. But in 2012, when the Navy sent me back to Washington State and the mother refused to come, that was how she set the precedence of the kids are in Illinois. And after 2 years of waiting for her, I decided to file for divorce because I was paying all of our bills, $2,500 mortgage I was paying. I paid $500 a month to Julia Winterweedle's student loan for her. I paid her phone bill for her. I paid all of the utilities in the home. I slept on people's couches and in spare bedrooms for 2 years. By the definition of homelessness, I was homeless. I was homeless for 2 years. And I had to rely upon people taking me in and allowing me to sleep on their couches and in their spare bedrooms while she pocketed her $85,000 to $87,000 a year, right? And that set the standard. That set the gold standard for me, as it does many dads. When you separate, and the two people separated, and we finally divorced, now there's another home that has to be paid for. I didn't have people any longer to take me in. Now I have to pay for a home suitable in size and comfort level that my children are used to enjoying with their mother. So there's an increase in liabilities, but not revenue. There was no increase in revenue. There was a significant drop in revenue and a significant drop in liabilities. So revenue increased significantly when the couple separates and now a second home comes into the equation, right? The single largest expense for an American family is their home. Mine's no different, but it's well within my budget when I'm not being forced to pay $1,200 a month to her in child support. That's insanity. On kids I haven't been allowed to see in 2 years. You're watching me on your thing. That's what's giving the echo. Ted, I'm gonna let you talk, man. Then I'm gonna take you off because I'm echoing because we're hearing my voice.
I'm in the car, Cash. I'm gonna mute my mic, or if you want to hang up, that's fine.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, Ted. Is Illinois violating federal law underneath 38 USC 5301? And I believe that's the correct one. Don't quote me on that. But underneath federal law, does the state of Illinois have the legal authority to ignore the supremacy clause of the Constitution and order me to turn over my military disability benefits to my ex-wife and child support? Do they have that authority to do that?
Not according to the Supreme Court of Michigan, the Supreme Court of Nebraska. I believe the Supreme Court of New Hampshire and a few other states have made that determination. What happened is that there was a Supreme Court case called Rose versus Rose that was overturned by Congress by statute, but the statute was written somewhat poorly. It's clear that the Congress intended to overturn Rose versus Rose, And there's been, an ongoing confusion. But if you read the law and understand the law, it's clear that, in fact, those disability payments are not to be remunerated as income for purposes of distribution in any form. And in Michigan, they recently held that even if you had even agreed to this, and the court entered an agreed order that this money would be furnished, you can actually go back in time and completely reverse that order to it being a nullity, meaning it never occurred. So the hands-off supremacy of how this income is treated is determined by the Veterans Secretary of Veterans Affairs. He has the sole authority to make these decisions, and the decisions that he makes is that, in fact, this money is not to be distributed to anyone other than the veteran. So yes, they're violating federal law, and they're coming in and they're taking money from veterans who are disabled and leaving them objectively poor.
Yeah, that is what in that 2008 to 2010 report from the Veterans Administration known as the Challenge Survey. I encourage you to go look it up. CHALENG, Challenge Survey. That one was now it's an annual, but it was a 3-year study at that time. And in that study, they surveyed over 14,000 homeless veterans, and overwhelmingly what they found is that these homeless veterans, 14,000 of them, overwhelmingly indicated that many, not all, but many of their top unmet needs revolved directly around what happens in these family law courts. They go on to cite in that survey around page 32 or 38 or something. It's like a fucking 200-page report. It's a lot of data, right? But it's all the stuff that's in, that's written out. But the average person coming out of prison with a child that has a child, their average now is 20,000 in arrears. 20,000 in arrears. Now you take a poor father. I see somebody commenting about somebody on TikTok, right? So get the guy on this feed, right? I'm not doing TikTok really right now, but would love to have this person on the show so that I can tell them, right? TikTokers that are out there bashing deadbeats, let me tell you what you're really doing. You're perpetuating this myth that most men in this country are deadbeat fathers. You're also perpetuating this myth that it's only fathers that are deadbeats. You are perpetuating this lie against millions of fathers. You're diminishing who they are as human beings and denying them their humanity, as though as men, we don't fucking hurt. We don't feel pain. We should be able to just suck it up and deal with not seeing our children for years. Years. We should be forced to endure being bankrupted. We should be forced to endure being 30, 40, 50 years old, having everything that you worked for your whole life taken from you in a moment, being forced to live on your parents' couch or a friend's couch or a neighbor's couch, sometimes living in the back of their cars, living in fucking sheds, living in rural rent-a-center shacks. Right? And this isn't humane in my nation. This isn't inhumane or unconstitutional. They violate these rights at will, because there's no cameras. There's no audio recording equipment. There is no written record for the majority of what has transpired in my case on how they have illegally severed contact with my kids and tortured me as a father. They have tortured me as a human being. I have never been found to be unfit. I have never been found to be an endangerment. I'm very outspoken. I'm very provocative in my speech. But there is no record of violence towards my ex-wife or my children, other than the fact that she made allegations in a hearing I wasn't present for to defend myself. Furthermore, no evidence was ever presented to substantiate these claims, and at no time have I ever been offered to have these cleaned from my record and dismissed. They're left there to continue to defame and demoralize my character as a man in this country, to emasculate me and portray me as being something that I'm not, as a monster. And that's how they silence people and get them to shut up and listen and toe the fucking line. They threaten us with debtors' prisons. They threaten us, they gag us with gag orders. They say that we can't stream public court hearings, that if COVID measures weren't in effect, you could sit in their fucking courtrooms and watch and observe yourself. What business does the deputy dog standing in there wearing his little flashy tin fucking badge, what business does he have asking you, what are you there for? What fucking difference does it make what I'm there for? Do you walk up to random people on the sidewalk and ask them what they're there for? I can come in and sit down in a courtroom and observe, but not in these courts. When they find out that you're documenting them and you're talking about them, no, then they throw you out of the courts. Then they seize your phones. They make sure you're not recording them in public courts. They make sure there's no record of the long-stemming abuses at the hands of the judicial system, which is incentivized by federal dollars that fucking Tom Cotton in Arkansas, in my state, is pushing for. Tom Cotton is in fact pushing for more dads like me to be pushed out of our kids' lives, to make our children more vulnerable when the single mother is now susceptible to allegations of abuse and neglect because now she's a single mother. And the state has become the provider and the protector because they pushed the dad out. And now the mother is far more susceptible to have the children taken underneath the pressure and duress of Child Protective Services and other state agencies that come knocking on the fucking door and take these moms' children. The father never notified oftentimes. The father oftentimes never given the choice to be given his children. Oftentimes the father's own family, his parents, the grandparents of the child, the aunts, the uncles, they're not offered these children. They give them to the foster care system because of all of the federal dollars that pour through Title IV funding. Push the protector and provider out, the father, like me. I haven't seen my kids in 2 years. Thankfully, and only thankfully, the mother of my children has a good job and makes good money. But if it's a poor family and it's a poor mom, who's working 2 jobs, 3 jobs. Now she's far more susceptible to the state coming in because she left the kids with whomever she could. Friends, new boyfriends, whatever pedophile man she brung up, whatever she latched onto in the bar that night. And these poor men who are demonized into something that they're not, their children are now set up, murdered. And we're touting single motherhood as though it's this wonderful, brave fucking thing, adventure to go out on so the whole world can just praise you about your single motherhood and what a fucking fantabulous job you're doing as a single mom. And all of these churches and these beta pastors don't say anything about it. While the father suffers and suffers and suffers some more. And there's not a conversation mainstream in this country, and I'm going to be the first one to do it. There's not a conversation in this country discussing when is enough enough. Based upon this, folks, not my lunatic ranting, based on this. If we don't learn from our ancestors, we're doomed to do what? To do what? What is this fucking for? I'm going to set it on fire? I'm going to rip out the pages, tear it apart? What's it for? What do we have it? Why is it so important? Why does everybody invoke it? Why does everybody that puts on that fucking uniform swear an oath to it? Why? Why? And why isn't it taught to our service members? Why? Tom Cotton, Harvard grad, so fucking smart. Why isn't this taught to our service members? So you'll send young men and women overseas for corporate interests for the fucking very community. The cultural difference, if you will, of your community versus my community as a service member. You're nothing like men like me, Tom Cotton. You could never endure what your industry, and I'm going to equate it to you because you're up here touting for federal fucking dollars now. So now you're directly to that industry that forces fathers out, make child support orders the social norm and not equal custody. Fuck that whole equality thing. Feminists, right? We talked about all the time. America is built upon destroying the backbone of this nation, and the backbone of this nation is strong masculine men, and raising our children to have principles, morals, and values, to fight for others, to fight for the weak, to not harm another person that disagrees with your particular belief system. We have pushed that out, and we have developed and built radicals on both sides of the political aisle, on the left and the right, political radicals that believe that they're speaking for the majority of us when in fact they're not. They're speaking for a minority.
Yes. Yes. Can I interrupt you and ask you a question? Because I do actually consider you a bit of an expert on this subject. Is there a direct correlation between the amount of child support that women receive and the corresponding intention to lower the parenting time of the other parent in order to collect more child support?
1,000%. 1,000%. States just like Illinois, if I believe it's what 134 overnights. If you don't have like 134 overnights in Illinois, according to the state statutes,
right,
you don't qualify for child support modification underneath, an equal sharing time nearly.
Right. And what they did is they claimed that they were doing us a big favor by putting in a requirement that there be 146 overnights, and then the child support payments are reduced in half. So there's a 50% downward adjustment if you have 146 overnights. Well, gee, thanks, legislature. That's really nice because now you're going to be fighting like cats and dogs over whether you have 146 overnights or 145.
Yeah. So if you don't have the 146 overnights and you've only got 145, you're going to pay it just like you had every other weekend, right?
That's what it is. And there is absolutely direct correlation between women withholding parenting time, withholding their children in order to maximize the amount of child support payments. And then on top of that, thanks to the Bradley Amendment, once the time period goes by, you can't go claw back and get that money back.
Right.
And on top of that, they withhold parenting time and they rack up child care and extracurricular and all kinds of other costs that would otherwise be borne by you. And again, they never itemize their expenses to ever actually tie what exactly is being spent on children. They just use guidelines. They use calculations, which are grossly overestimated. Grossly.
They impute people's income. They do not even allow people to. I want people to think about this, okay? If you've never heard of imputing someone's income, it means the judge says that you're capable of making as much money as he or she deems, okay? Many times they do this on only an allegation by the other parent, the one seeking child support, the one wanting the money, right? It ain't dad asking for the money. I'm not asking for any of mom's money. I'm asking to keep my fucking money to pay my bills, right? The cost of my home doesn't dissipate based upon how much time I have my kids. The only thing that changes is some utility and food cost.
And what is the primary goal of every single woman receiving child support? Is that, and it's natural, and in fact it should be encouraged, is that they should find another relationship. So what do? Is that they get the non-custodial parent to fund them, and then they find someone else who will support them.
We'll support them.
They're double
They're double dipping.
dipping.
It's a double dipping career. Get a guy, get him, have babies with him, separate from him. That's what mine did. She just separated because she refused to go to Washington State when the military gave me orders to go back there. As a matter of fact, she told my daughter that I abandoned them. She told my daughter that I abandoned them when the military put me on orders and sent me from Illinois back to Washington State. She gave our young daughter, she was about 5 at the time, the illusion and the lie that her father abandoned her when he didn't. I was ordered by the Navy to go, and the mother elected to stay in Lake Villa, Illinois, in our marital home, where the mortgage was $2,500 a month because their ridiculous fucking property taxes went up exponentially on us. Doubled, and I think in a 5-year period, like $4,500 to $9,000 nearly. They're just, I for the life of me, folks, somebody needs to tell me, where's the line drawn? Somebody tell me that. Where's the line drawn at? Ted, can you tell everybody what's the requirement in Illinois to infringe upon parenting time or parental rights? What's the requirement that the state, what's the burden that the state bears to do that?
To engage in conduct that seriously endangered or significantly impaired the emotional development of the child. You had to have done something. You had to have done something.
Okay.
Stick a heroin needle in your arm in front of them, or slap them in the face, or go drunk driving and driving in the car with them and getting into a car wreck. That kind of shit. Not the kinds of things that they do. They conflate the best interest of the child standard, which could be anything.
Anything, literally.
Especially in order protection hearing, where all of a sudden the state gets turned into an insurance company and starts measuring your risk of whether you're at risk of not acting in the child's best interest and using that as a basis to restrict your parenting time. Which, by the way, I happen to be challenging in the Illinois Supreme Court right now. That statute is horse shit. I mean, literally, these people want to be able to do anything to you for any reason. And the excuses that I've heard, I'll give you an example, Cash, just of how ridiculous and subjective it is in your case. So, the only thing that they have on you is that here we have a Navy drill instructor, okay? You know what? Going back the last, 250 or for that matter, 2,000 years, if society looked at a kid and the kid comes before any tribunal and says, I'm complaining about my dad, he's a military drill instructor and he's enforcing discipline on me, they would tell that kid, you know what? That's what you were born into. That's how the cookie crumbles. You're just going to have to deal with it. So they're using that against you, and you've addressed that. I mean, it's like, all right, if I did it, I'm sorry. If I made them do push-ups or sit-ups, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not. Hold on.
Not including the fact that they did it in Taekwondo and they do it in school.
Right.
My school forced me to do push-ups and sit-ups and all kinds of calisthenic regimens that we didn't want to do, but we didn't fucking sue them. Okay, so I have another case in Cook County in Rolling Meadows, and my client's testifying, and they asked him, I'm like, what is your discipline? What do you believe in discipline? And my client, I of course hadn't talked to him about this. My client starts talking. He's like, I don't believe in spanking. I don't believe in corporal punishment. At worst, I'd make him, maybe do possibly 10 push-ups. And no one says a fucking word. Okay, this guy isn't a Navy drill instructor. He's a good dude. He's just a dude.
Just a guy.
And he's testifying in court, and there aren't any gasps. They're like,
oh my God! God forbid he did push-ups.
He would conceivably have his son, if he was really out of line, drop and do 10 push-ups. Oh my God!
Right.
That's how subjective it is. Is that I mean, if it was you and you testified that was your philosophy, they would have, they would have gone to DEFCON 4. But that's how subjective and how stupid it is. Is that if you haven't engaged in conduct that seriously endangers your children, they'll get you for anything.
Right.
And it's no different than being on a schoolyard. Okay, some of us got picked on. I think I was probably more a giver than a taker. I mean, I'm no innocent dude, but most of us have defended kids that were getting picked on the school. I know I have.
Yeah.
If a kid is getting singled out, I'd step in and I'd stick up for him.
Which is why you represent me pro bono, man. I was the kid getting picked on.
And now it's all reversed. Is that all the smart kids that were nerdy and outcasts, they feel insecure, so they gravitate to positions of power and then payback. And that's mostly what these courts are. Is that they find whatever reason, they find the weakest person they can and just fucking pick on them.
Well, I don't consider myself a weak.
Leave them the fuck alone.
Right. Well, I don't think all the time they're not. It's not that they're singling out weak people. It's that under threat of force, they have grown the size of the bully, being government, by under threat of force taking our money from us underneath our federal income taxes, state income taxes, property taxes, and anything else that is immoral, that takes a man's property and his labor from him under threat of force. There's no way that's moral.
Let me redefine. Let me define what I mean by weakness. Okay, because I mean, these courts and society is always social engineering. And when you talk about men being emasculated and boys being emasculated, you know, the amount of prescription drugs. I think my son's been put on drugs. I could tell the last time I saw him.
Right.
He felt like he looked like he was being medicated, like he was in La La Land. And a lot of these gatekeeping women are, you know, pushing that shit on them. But that's emasculating. They're emasculating boys and they're emasculating men. So you know, in these family courts, being masculine is a sign of weakness. In reality, it's a sign of weakness.
Yeah.
And that's what that's what they do. Is that and you know, if they slap an ex parte emergency order protection on you, I've seen this in countless cases. You're forever damned. It doesn't matter if you didn't participate.
No, it doesn't.
I've seen this. I've seen this forever. And what these attorneys will do is they'll go back to it over and over
and over again. Right.
Every single thing that they file.
Right.
And that's what they rest their entire case on ex parte emergency orders of protection.
Thank you. Now listen to what Ted just said. Okay, it's really important that you get that these attorneys, these unscrupulous dirtbag fucking leech attorneys like Raymond Bolt, Laura Horner, what's his name? The dickbag that was the bar associate representative, the lobbyist, Michael Strauss and Gary Schlesinger, Gary the Goober Schlesinger. These are the assholes that abuse those types of orders of protection. Go look at their fucking Google reviews. I love Schlesinger and Strauss for one.
And at the same time, they're running domestic violence shelters.
Right. Michael Strauss was sitting on the board.
Driving up false allegations of domestic violence, and then getting public resources for
RICO. That's racketeering, dude.
That is racketeering.
It's racketeering. Call it for what it is. That's what Rudy Giuliani busted up with the mob.
Not only that, Cash, knowingly stringing out cases is racketeering. Depriving someone's constitutional rights in concert, for a financial motive is racketeering. And that's what they're doing. And in fact, in my own case on the 15th, I used that word. I said, I told them straight up in my case that you drug this case out intentionally. You did that, and you do that in all your cases, and it's to deprive people and their children of their constitutional rights. You're doing it for money. That is criminal racketeering. It is.
So again, Ted, I got to ask, man, based upon this knowledge, to me, it nearly sounds like we're living in a stateless society, doesn't it? I mean, when the states and the federal government, there's no distinction any longer between them, right? It's nearly, I don't see the separation of state powers here or state authority within the 10th Amendment, when the federal government is incentivizing these types of orders and patterns and practices. They incentivize it with more money.
They do. And you know, Cash, we were having a conversation yesterday about the Ninth Amendment. And you really, I don't know how you stumbled across that, but you stumbled across something incredibly important. And I'm going to do some more research in that, because I know that I've run across that. I put it in a pleading recently, but the Supreme Court of the United States has recognized that fundamental parenting rights are so fundamental that they're included in the Ninth Amendment, that they're entitled to Ninth Amendment protection, meaning that the right to familial integrity, the family unit is, and to be free from unwarranted intrusion from the state is so fundamental that it need not be enumerated in the Bill of Rights. That it is effectively, I mean, the framers, when they wrote the Constitution, were so that conception was so strong that they didn't even consider putting that in the Bill of Rights, because in English tradition and human history and the Supreme Court has stated this in its opinion that right is about the most fundamental right there is, and that's what's being trampled on here. And because as Chief Judge Wood indicated yesterday,
Can I pause you for a second?
Yeah.
We discovered in researching this that this is born out of early English common law, when a man and wife could not legally divorce. They were only legally permitted to separate. And with that separation, the man was then ordered to basically pay child support and alimony. So, and now go back and think about why, again, all of these, the tyrannical rule that our founding fathers were under, that was one of the things that they lived under, right? They couldn't divorce. Another man decided for them and that woman, another man, because it was a man who decided that another man could not divorce his wife, and then told him, oh, by the way, and you have to pay her. Another man did that. No man has the right to do that to another man, to take your kids. And in that case, that's if they wanted to separate. I mean, did they still take his kids? Did they keep his kids from him? Was that a part of the deal too? Was that a part of the early English common law? I didn't read that anywhere. But it was.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've had through history, we've had things go, balance. We've had these weird swings where, I mean, all of us, Cash, know that when women were considered property of the man, that's wrong. I mean, that's extremely wrong. And I believe that has contributed to the overcompensation that has since occurred against men. It's very strange is that almost men and women at periods of time in history have both been discriminated against horribly. Like, for example, we were talking about Stanley versus Illinois from 1972, in which an unmarried father had no substantive or procedural rights to their children upon the incapacitation of the mother, even when they're living together, and that the child will go straight up to adoption. And that if you try to get his children back, he basically has to compete with other people in some sort of adoption proceeding.
Listen to this.
But at the same time, around this time, there was a period where men were mostly the sole providers, and that upon divorce, women would be irreparably harmed and would require child support and alimony. Because at that time in society, that women weren't making the amount of income that they are today, and that they weren't the employment opportunities that they had. And shortly before that, women were still considered as property.
Right.
Which is terrible. So,
it is terrible.
I mean, what we've had is that we've had basically continually the state fucking this up on every possible manner throughout human history, and they've never gotten it right. And societal standards change. Like I was looking at a case from the Illinois Supreme Court in 1979, a case called In Re Marriage of Jarrett, in which a woman had custody and she lost custody because a man moved into the marital residence after they had divorced. And because she was living with an unmarried man, she was considered to have low moral fiber, low moral character. And so they took her kids away from her.
More religion invoked into that. Not that religion doesn't have its purpose, but we got to be honest and say religion is a large reason for a lot of human rights violations in the world, whether intentional or unintentional. Now, religion has had a lot of positive moral benefits, but we can't go, well, you know what? Hitler used to provide free childcare for single moms. I don't know if that's true or not, but if he did in America, a lot of people would give him a pass because they would go, Hell, he does all these really good things. Yeah, but you know what? He's killing lots of people. He's setting people on fire. He's gassing them. That's you realize he's doing all this shit too, right? Okay,
Right.
just because you're doing a little bit of good doesn't outweigh the fucking supreme evil that you're doing.
Right, and the problem that we have, and it's emblematic in your case as if we've dealt with today, is that when the state gets involved, they're more than likely to screw it up. And whether it's intentional or not doesn't really matter. But you don't see from these people the level of restraint that the federal judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court, has repeatedly cautioned is constitutionally mandatory. Is that the state can only get involved under the most extreme circumstances, and there is not enough coaching. You know, when people do I heard Judge Christensen earlier today talking about mandatory parenting classes. So you know, it's so insulting. When you get divorced, all of a sudden you have to take parenting classes.
Right. Why the fuck did I need to go to parenting class?
What the fuck is that? So if they're having these mandatory parenting classes, why aren't they including in these parenting classes instructions on the rights of individuals?
Right.
Is that look, you're in this process right now. Here are the lines that have been drawn about the rights of the other person and your rights, and that you know, these people usually they start this process by being very confused and very scared, and they want something. It's not like, well, what is the law? This is what I want out of this process. And then when they're attorneys, some of them will tell them, like, you know, you really can't do that. Is he abusing drugs? No. Does he have a criminal history? No. Does he, you know, is this, you know, and then it's like, sorry, you can't do that. That does happen. But most of the time it doesn't. But when they find out, like, particularly the extreme pathological people like Julia Winterweedle and Erica Bush, in my case, when they find out that in fact the other party has rights, they don't accept that. They just say, all right, I'm going to start lying about this person, and I'm going to put them in the category of the kind of person that do get their rights restricted. And that's fucked up.
Right.
That's what goes on. But the system could prevent these long drawn out conflicts. Like I had a case on Wednesday where they all acknowledge they're trying to get this case that's been litigated for 16 years off call. Like, for God's sake, get these people out of the court system. They've been, you know, in this thing 16 years. I mean, just consider the amount of resources. And you know, they're spending all these resources when they could be spending more time saying, look, you know, respect the rights of the other person, because we will, and we don't even want to hear about it. Go away. You know, work with the other person that you married, and deal with it, and leave us alone, leave the public alone. You know, I don't know.
Let me read this article, man. Pulled it up. Somebody had mentioned it over here, and let me just read it. The pandemic recession is hurting women more than men. Potentially, and that's all they have right now. Potentially undoing years of progress if lawmakers don't step up. Like Tom Cotton. Step up efforts to improve conditions for women. Economists at the International Monetary Fund warned Tuesday. The COVID-19 pandemic threatens to roll back gains in women's economic opportunities, widening gender gaps that persist despite 30 years of progress, said IMF officials led by Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva. Unlike the 2008 recession, which some nicknamed the man session, job losses in this downturn are particularly acute in fields where women are disproportionately represented, especially those that rely on face-to-face interaction such as retail, tourism, and hospitality. In the U.S., for example, women held more than half of leisure and hospitality jobs before the pandemic. That's funny. Women held more than half of leisure and hospitality jobs.
Yeah, you know what, Cash? This goes back to the job that I had for a year and a half or so, working for industrial manufacturers, and I was highly involved in all of this when in March when the first COVID restrictions hit, and the sector kept running, and there was almost no difficulty whatsoever in keeping the industry moving and keeping them up, no matter what they were doing. Food service, for sure, vital industry, but virtually every single manufacturing firm that's remaining is somehow tied to either critical industry or the defense industrial base, and they all stayed open. And you didn't hear virtually anything about it. And as that study indicates, is that that those industries are largely driven by men. Although I've met some of the best women in the world who do manufacturing, there are awesome women who are executives and engineers and do great work. But it is significantly a field led by men, and
Right.
they went uninterrupted, strong as hell.
Yeah. Well, a piece that's kind of getting to me here, or another piece of it, where it says their home life upended. School and daycare shutdowns have upended home life for millions, a situation that typically puts more strain on women than men. Of course it does, ladies, because you asked for it. You asked for full custody. You demanded full custody. When you demand full custody and you don't offer equal custody to the father if he wants it and if he's seeking it, if he's there and he's present and he's fit, okay? I'm not here to argue deadbeats or fucking dangerous men, but I mean proven dangerous. I don't mean because you're emotionally sensitive and you don't like a man telling you what a lazy, lousy wife you were for laying your fat ass up on the couch and eating ding dongs all day while he was in the fucking oil field and comes home to a trash house. I'm not talking about that type of abuse, okay? But here it says women are still far more likely to bear the brunt of housework and childcare responsibilities. No shit. Fucking dad's off on an oil rig for a month, you dumbass, and you're making really good money, right? Dad's out there working in that train yard. He's being a drill instructor, right? He's working 100-hour weeks. No shit. You had kids together. You're probably relying upon his full medical benefits, the college benefits that will be available to you and your kids. You're probably really enjoying those healthcare benefits you're getting through his military service or his company. You're watching his 401k, drive up because he's being smart and he's working hard and he's putting money away and you're helping with all that, but you're enjoying all that shit too, ladies, that fucking dad's doing out there breaking his back, right? We die earlier, not because we're stupid, but because we'll take greater risks to provide for our families. That's why. And sometimes we're stupid about how we do that. And the longer people are out of work, the harder it is for them to return to the job market. What about men? All those non-custodial men, Tom Cotton, that are unemployed in all of these industries, right? What about all of those men that aren't doing their jobs because the market, these leisure markets and everything else that's relied upon, hospitality markets that are relied upon by services provided by men who are also impacted and then become unemployed. But they're paying so much in child support, nobody gives a shit. Canada's job report for May shows that fathers of children under the age of 6 were about 3 times more likely to have returned to work compared with mothers, the IMFS. That's government's fucking fault. The solution is government to get the fuck out of the way, right? Lift the COVID measures. Yeah, we all understand that there's risk involved, and if we go out, we're accepting the risk, just like we smoke a cigarette or we drive a car and some teenager plows into us because they were texting. We understand the inherent risk of going out on the street because of COVID and interacting with family, friends, neighbors, and others because of COVID. We understand the risk. We're not fucking stupid. In developing countries, women are also more likely to work in the formal sector or the informal sector of the economy. Oh, the informal sector. That's we don't pay taxes on doing our friends' hair for them. We don't pay fucking taxes on doing my friend's eyelashes, right? We don't pay taxes on these arts and crafts. And I'm not against you not paying taxes. And I'm not against you keeping all your fucking money. I am. But I want you to publicly acknowledge the benefit that you receive and what you're doing and the sacrifice men make and how we're continuing to shit all over them. This means, so they're working for cash rather than in a formal employment situation. This means less job security, fewer savings, and no health benefits. Past epidemics have shown that girls are more likely than boys to drop out of school, even more likely when they grow up in a fatherless home, CNN Tom Cotton, Tammy Duckworth, dumb shit Dick Durbin, which leads to a permanent loss of human capital. Studies have shown that girls are more likely than boys to drop out of school, which leads to a permanent loss of human capital. See what they care about? The fucking money. Permanent loss of human capital. They care about the money, man. What governments can do. This should be interesting. The IMF said the disproportionate impact on women can be mitigated, however, with specific policies. Let's see. What is good for women is ultimately good for addressing income inequality. Here we go with this leftist bullshit. Ladies, don't get fucking pregnant. Don't drop out of high school. Don't enter into a relationship, right, before you're mentally and fiscally mature enough for that relationship where you're going to have kids. What else is good? Oh, economic growth. Can't get that, Nancy Pelosi, with the economy shut down, you magnificent dumb fuck. Lawmakers could extend unemployment assistance. Oh, so let's single out moms. We can extend unemployment assistance to moms, but not dads. Because remember, CNN, this is for moms. Or provide incentives to balance work and family care responsibilities. Could provide incentives. Here's an incentive, single moms. Don't be a bitch. Don't use the children as a weapon against the father because he cheated on you, or he slighted you in some way, or he wronged you. Don't be a bitch by dragging him through the child support ringer because you can, because the system's set up to protect you. Let me tell you what you're doing. When you do that, you're letting the court exercise its authority underneath the Latin phrase of parent patria to become the supreme parent in the matter. There's no threat from that. There's no threat from that dad.
Can I weigh in on COVID unemployment benefits?
Yeah.
This is what I've seen in Illinois, and I think this has been replicated in most other states. So the unemployment applications are at record highs. I mean, I think last month, they increased by something like 780,000. Just an enormous explosion. So the states, you pay for the unemployment compensation. I think the federal government chips in some. So it's enormous cost out of the state treasury, which of course Illinois is already virtually bankrupt. And so what Illinois has done, and this is a blue state. These are liberals, supposedly. They shut down the unemployment offices because of COVID. So,
right.
So you have to go online. But what they did online is they shut down your ability to register online and submit your unemployment application online. And instead, what you have to do is you have to call them, basically leave them a message in your phone number, and they'll get back to you. They'll call you back. But they're calling people back after like 3 months. So if you lose your income, the state is leaving you out in the cold by putting you in a queue waiting for a phone call instead of allowing you to just file online. Probably because of a huge backlog. But they probably don't have the staffing to process the amount of requests. So people are sitting at home with no money, no income, accruing massive amounts of debt, and the state isn't doing shit.
Doing nothing. And as Clayton pointed out, unemployment gets garnished too for child. Hold on, I gotta mute you. Mute your mic, Ted. We're getting too much feedback. Unemployment gets garnished too for child support, and you also have to pay taxes on that received unemployment. This is another really important point of where Tom Cotton's a sack of shit. They are putting the boot, and have been putting the boot, on the throats of fathers in this country. In a hearing today, they dismissed, I guess, because my case is in the appeals court, thanks to Ted here. I was supposed to appear in court December 31st for, basically to go to jail, right, for 3 months, right? I was supposed to go to jail starting December 31st of 2020. Yeah, they did that one on purpose, right? Fucking how to cap off 2020 for me. Supposed to go to jail for 90 days for $7,400 in back child support that they allege I owe. Off of benefits that they don't have the legal authority to order me to turn over, which is my military disability benefits. They don't have the Rose v. Rose that they use to support what they're doing is an outdated piece of case law. It just got upturned thanks to Carson Tucker over in Michigan in the Foster v. Foster case. I do not owe $7,400 in back child support. The mother of my children owes me tens of thousands of dollars in financial restitution, as well as the countless lost memories that I will never make with our children because she has been a parental gatekeeper and kept those kids from me. And Judge Salvi and Judge Christensen and the entire 19th Judicial Circuit, along with the Illinois Appeals Court, their Supreme Court, and all of their state legislators support the dehumanizing of fathers like myself and mothers in that state that are non-custodial parents. I'm not against mothers. I'm against what has been a systemic practice of just destroying fathers because the numbers are such a magnificent disparity and they still exist. And no, I don't want more moms paying child support. I want more parents having equal custody and no child support and an equal sharing of expenses such as child care or extracurricular activities and leaving childcare expense left up to them when the kids are with them. Or the right of refusal should be a given societal norm that if you can't watch the kids, you offer the other parent the childcare opportunity. Because that's only the intelligent thing to do, right? But that's not normalized in our society. What's normalized is push dad as far away out of the fucking picture as you can, maximize the child support on that son of a bitch, take as much money as you can up until the kids are 18 to 21 years old, use the federal government to institute unexpiring liens to the Bradley Amendment, exercise such measures as suspending their driver's license, their professional license. Don't allow them to drive to work to make more money. Don't allow them to keep their professional license driving a truck across this country. They really hate truckers. Non-custodial truckers, I really feel sorry for those guys, right? Their professional and personal driver's license are always under threat of being taken. And the economy shuts down, the market shuts down, and they lose their job and they fall behind on child support. They don't give two flying fucks, and it is not so easy to march your ass down to the courthouse and get a modification. You think that shit's so easy, and it's not. Because many of these judges, they're indifferent, they're callous. They're callous to your suffering. They're creditors who want the federal dollars and your dollars to keep funding their terrorist activities. And I want to know from all of you, when is enough enough? That's what I want to know. Ted, do you have anything to add? When is enough enough? I don't know. When is enough suffering enough? You still got yourself muted, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, Cash. I think that's a rhetorical question. This is abuse, and I had to deal with clients. A couple of this week. I actually had a pretty busy week this week. I'm just getting back home from Lake County in your case. And my clients, before a court date, the level of anxiety that they exhibit, and I know that because I had court this week too, in my own case, and the level of anxiety that I have is overwhelming. It's debilitating, and it's continuing and it's ongoing. And hopefully people will wear out. I mean, the people that are the source of the conflict.
No, they don't. They're never ending because new ones are trained every day. These are the custodial parents training a future generation to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's never going to end because you have these sociopathic narcissists that are training our children, emotionally manipulating and damaging our kids, that it's okay to withhold children from another loving parent that's never been found to be unfit. And the states don't care. Not on a macro level, there's anecdotal cases that we can find. Judges out there shitting all over some custodial parent that withheld contact. But Jesus, there's millions of us that aren't seeing our kids. My buddy Philip Banks, he's on here right now. This guy's active duty military. He's in the same position I was in. He's in the same position many of us are in. Fathers, many mothers in this position. He's active duty military. And I've watched them, Illinois, Cook County, destroy this fucking dude and make his life so incredibly difficult while he serves our country.
Right.
Come on, man. When are veterans going to wake up? When are service members going to wake up and go, my government just really doesn't give a shit about me? They don't fucking care. Like, honestly, they don't care. So we have to decide amongst ourselves as the serfs in this country, living underneath fucking monarchs and totalitarian rule. Look, I'm going to read the 13th Amendment to y'all, folks.
Before you do that, Cash, before you do that, there's throughout history, and Ralph Nader and others, and you hear this a little bit, from the left, where they're trying to boycott advertisers on Fox News and things like that. But a consumer boycott is very effective. It can be, and it can cause changing behavior. The way to change the system is to dry up the money.
Dry up because we're funding the war against us.
We're funding the war against us, and the way to do that is to just as a group. What are they going to do? Are they going to lock us all?
They're going to lock us all up. That's what I say. Right? What's Ted saying here? Now, Ted, my attorney, number one, he's a unicorn. This guy. You don't find attorneys like Ted Bush. They come along once in a million fucking years. There's not a lot of them. Down the Carson Tuckers, Melissa Isaacs of the world. They're few and far in between. This guy hasn't seen, how long has it been, Ted, since you've seen your kids? Or had any parenting time?
Over 2 years.
In what area of law did you practice before helping me and others in family law?
Well, I did trade policy. I did a lot of stuff involving domestic manufacturing. So I did trade policy, a little trade law. I lobbied Congress, so I spent 5 years working for a U.S. congressman. So I have a pretty good comfortable level with the federal government. And I've always had a positive view of the federal government. I still do, and my view of the state government has gone down the tubes.
I don't have any for the federal government because these are the same people that move up from the state houses. They came from their career path. For many of them, began in a state house, and they knew of the state's overreach. They read the laws. They helped pass them. They helped negotiate those. And no offense to you as a former lobbyist, but those that lobby on behalf of these private corporations and entities that are benefiting off of these federal dollars, i.e. the domestic violence program, okay, that is using victims and victimhood and crimes to build a multi-billion-dollar industry for themselves. I got a real fucking problem with this.
Yeah, but you know what, Cash, and I'm with you. I know we're sort of going off a slight bit of a tangent here, but I spent 15 years in Washington, D.C., and compared to what's going on in these state courts, particularly state domestic relations courts, the level of corruption is actually not even close.
It's far worse in the state, you believe, than the feds.
I believe that lobbying Congress is more clean than representing people in domestic relations court.
Oh, gotcha.
In my experience, it's not even close because, first of all, when you give a politician money, it's disclosed. For the most part, there's some dark money. But I mean, look, Congress is televised. Okay, remember C-SPAN came out in the mid-'80s? That was a big deal.
Right.
There were some people in the Senate that were, the Supreme Court sessions aren't televised still. I mean, I suppose they could work on that. But for the most part, like, if you want to meet with your congressman, for the most part, you probably can. Here's what I'm ready to do. And you can lobby and you can send them letters, and it's largely conducted for the most part in public. There's too much fundraising, but even the fundraising is public for the most part. And when when you're dealing with trade associations, you can find out the funding of the trade associations and what their bias and what their prejudice are.
Right.
And people can generally figure out what interests are doing what. But in here, it's opaque. They, like, for example, with Judge Christian said, they hand over my phone. I've never gone into I've lobbied every single congressional office in the United States, including Senate offices. I've never gone into a congressional office and had to turn in my phone. Ever. I've never been, these proceedings are usually open and on the record. The committee proceedings are open and on the record. When a bill is considered, it's generally open. When the leadership passes bills, it's often, private. So there is some kind of thing. There is some backroom dealings.
There's plenty of backroom dealings. There's a lot of backroom dealings.
It's not perfect, but this is something else. And the other thing, I mean, truly, like in my experience, like a lot of young people go out and they work in Congress, and they're very idealistic and really want to help people. There are some people that sort of fall into the institutionalist category and become corrupt and serve interests and try to do the revolving door. That's a huge problem. I've seen it. In fact, I know one of Biden's top advisors who has absolutely no interest in the public interest. He's a revolving door guy. He was one of the most repulsive people I've ever met in my life, and he's a top Biden aide. But this is bad. I mean, the arrogance and the abuse and the closed nature of these proceedings are worse than what I've seen in Washington.
Wow, that's an indictment, man. That's a hell of a laissez-faire indictment, on them. That, I mean, it's not a formal indictment, but dude, it's fucking powerful for somebody that lobbied Congress and worked in a congressman's office for several years to then go on to practice trade manufacturing law in Illinois, go through family court, deal with the horrors of child protective services and state overreach, to then go on and say that, man. I mean, that's from experience.
I just can't believe it.
People need to know that it's not like an offhanded remark. It's because you lived it and you saw it. People really need to understand that you're experiencing it alongside me. You're suffering alongside me and those you're representing. And that's why you're so fucking passionate about this, like I am.
Well, it's a shock, Cash. I mean, it's a shock to actually see it. The whole arrogance and atmosphere of these courts is that somehow all these people are sort of wards of the state, and in fact, like these guardian ad litems, they call the children their wards, which is sick.
Right.
I mean, it is just a systemic exploitation of a separation of a nuclear family. Okay, you go your own way and you move on. They're just the way the state has buried itself in with cottage industries and attorneys who make it worse. I mean, they've turned this into an industry. It is a for-profit industry. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's the state is far too intertwined in it, and no one would ever believe it. That the biggest problem, I think we have, Cash, is explaining this to people in a way that they would even believe it.
Right. Yeah, I know that, and that's the thing is like, how do you explain and show this very real world human experience that we're having? How do you carefully craft that enough so that people really understand what you're suffering, what these people are really enduring? I mean, this guy that was in Cary, Illinois, that I went to the wake or whatever it was called. I don't remember what the exact name is, but after the funeral was over and the family got together, I mean, I went there in 2017, man, and I felt compelled. The story moved me so much. It broke my heart so much for this guy. That here he was, he was a pillar in his community and was helping to run a family-owned business. He had 4 children. I believe he was in his early 50s. and him and his wife separated, went through a just god awful divorce. It was so bad that the family company had to staff an attorney full time to respond to all the subpoenas by his ex's attorney. And it was because they had done really well financially as a family and as a family owned business or family run business that they were all a part of. But they were ordering him to turn over so much money, he couldn't afford it. I mean, it was an extraordinary sum of money that they said, you have to relinquish. Tom Doheny was his name. Let me pull him up. I'm going to show you guys who I'm talking about. But they arrested him, put him in jail in this debtor's prison 3 weeks before, I think they put him in November 1st of 2017, and he killed himself in the McHenry County Jail like 3 weeks later.
Look, Cash, I had a terrible week. I had a terrible day in my own case on December 15th, and when that was over, I have a client that we're gonna have a hearing resume. It's inhuman how long this has gone on. I mean, 5 months. It could be the 8th or 9th trial date. It's insane. But my client calls me and he's outside a hospital in a suburban county of Chicago in the parking lot. In tears, about to go into the emergency room and ask for help, and having thoughts of suicide. And he told this person told me that when his son was 1 year old and the mother was keeping him from the son, he had a gun and he actually put it to his head, pulled the trigger, and it misfired. And then he pointed it at a punching bag and pulled the trigger again, and it went off. And he shot his punching bag. And he was thinking about doing it again, but he was too scared. He was too scared to do it. And he was so close to attempting suicide again. So I had a terrible day in my case, and then I have another one of my clients who was on the verge of killing himself.
Yeah.
And I understand why. What he has gone through is so unbelievably heartless and I mean, provably false. Everyone knows that what went on was just a total fabrication, and no one has done a goddamn thing about it. And the guardian ad litem won't even meet with him and his son. There wasn't even a motion filed to restrict his parenting time.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, when is enough enough? We see case after case after case, and we keep talking about it. We see it. We look at the facts. We acknowledge it. Look, I'm gonna screen share. I'm gonna do it one more time. I might do it 10 more times. Hold on. Hold on. Chrome tab. Give me a second. I got it. You guys just calm down. Here we go. Thomas Michael Doheny. This is the guy up in McHenry County, Illinois. And here it is. They incarcerated this guy. He passed away unexpectedly on Friday, November 17th, 2017. And this is of course, the public, thing for him. And so they're not going to say why he unexpectedly died on Friday, November 17th. He was incarcerated in the McHenry County Jail, I believe, November 1st of 2017 for contempt of court because he was behind in whatever ridiculous sum of money of child support and alimony he was ordered to pay his ex-wife. But he was born, this was a pillar in his community. Okay, this guy born May 11th, 1966 in Des Plaines, Illinois, to Gerald and Rita. Tom will be deeply missed by his loving children, Caitlin, Megan, John, and Jerry. 4 children that were still children at that time. I think, a couple of them were older teenagers. And their mother, Elizabeth, Liz Doheny, life partner Sandra Avila. I met her there at that, thing. And her daughters, parents Gerald and Rita. Tom, owner of Doheny Equipment and Supplies, was a successful business entrepreneur who followed in his grandfather Earl's footsteps in the sewer cleaning industry. He was well known for his 30-plus year history in the industry. He made significant professional contributions and had a true entrepreneur spirit. He had a passion for customer service and all who work for him consider him a friend. Tom will be remembered for his unique sense of humor, love of flying, bike riding, artistic talent, boating, Tokyo drifting, and his collection of uncommon, one-of-a-kind items. Most of all, Tom loves spending time with and entertaining his family and friends. A celebration, and this is what I went to here, I believe. A celebration of Tom's life will be held on Friday, November 24th from 3 to 7 at the Davenport Family Funeral Home in Barrington. A funeral mass will be held on Saturday, November 25th at 10 a.m. and at this other location there in Cary, Illinois. This is tragic, man. And so I went to that. I don't remember which one. I don't remember if it was Friday or Saturday there, but I went to that and I spoke to the family and friends there, like publicly spoke there. They didn't expect me. They didn't invite me anything. But I was going through my own case and I had gotten so close to committing the final act there because of this. I'd gotten that close as well, like what Tom Doheny did. And my heart just melted. It just broke. I mean, my heart broke for his family, for his kids, for the community. And what a tragic loss. It was so unnecessary. And the judge in the case, the attorneys, the mother of the children, all are guilty of this, of killing this man. They drove this man to kill himself. And the McHenry County Jail, who participates in locking people up like Lake County in debtors' prisons, right? I think that our police officers, they need to stop saying no, enough's enough, right? They see these bailiffs, they see the case, what's going on, right? And until more virtuous people begin speaking up and saying this is unacceptable in our country, tyrants will do what tyrants do best, and they will terrorize us.
Yeah, and the best thing that people, I mean, us as a movement, and I think that this really needs to spread, is that people need to realize when they get into the system, they prey on the unknowing and on the unaware, and they get allured by false promises. Oh, I know the judge. Oh, I know. Oh, I can do this for you. I can promise you the world. When what they're doing to you is one, promising a drawn out, ruinous, expensive process of conflict, or two. I mean, look, if you can agree and you can get out, great, do it. But what we have to do as a group is we have to just absolutely refuse these GAL appointments. They're unnecessary. In Illinois, a GAL in probate court hardly ever happens, and other areas of law. In domestic relations, it's just turned into an industry, a standard operating procedure.
Get right. A GAL. Judge will say, I'm not doing anything without a GAL. So the judge will outright refuse, unless you willingly agree. So here's the duress, the coercion. The judge will refuse to advance the case. If you say, we don't need a guardian ad litem, I'm fit, mom's fit, I'm not alleging she's unfit, she's not alleging I'm unfit, and she could try, but what are you going to find for me? What are you going to find? I just did 20 years in the military. How are you going to find that I'm unfit? There's no charge, no criminal conviction, no nothing, other than her horrible allegations that were completely unfounded and ultimately dismissed when the orders of protection were thrown out. Especially, most importantly, the first one, which was the most egregious allegations my ex-wife made against me. That was the one that I got thrown out. I had money at that time. Thankfully, I got that one thrown out because I had the money.
I mean, I've got a case, the one that's up tomorrow, where a guardian ad litem was appointed because the judge. I like this. I happen to really like this judge. She's a really good person. I can tell. Okay. I can tell. But she wants to appoint guardian ad litems, and my client has had 4 guardian ad litems in like 15 months. Okay, I mean, literally, it's crazy. And the ones, one got discharged because of misconduct. Another one, was the first thing he was going to do was file a fee petition before he even met my client. Another one withdrew and then abandoned her fee petition when she just absolutely disgracefully mismanaged the case. And then this fourth one has refused to meet with my client and his son, which he's required to do. And what he's proceeded to do during this entire marathon proceeding that's gone on too long is literally sit and watch. Like he's watching a football game, and then he's going to do basically some post-game commentary. Totally worthless. Totally nothing but a spectator, a peanut gallery, if you will, and then he's going to come and he's going to give his recommendation. And in this case, he's not getting paid. And I warned him. I said, dude, these people have no money. Like, you do not want to get involved in this case. You're going to rack up a bunch of fees that you're never going to collect. And so he ultimately went pro bono. He would have, if he was getting paid, he would have racked up probably $20,000 during this proceeding to do nothing other than watch.
Watch. Yeah, just to watch. Just what Sally Lichter's done. She's watched as Julia Winter-Riedel abuses two young children and her ex-spouse using children to do that. Why doesn't CPS get involved in these cases? Why do the police not enforce? Why do none of the police departments enforce court orders and parenting agreements, but have no problem running down people like Walter Scott and shooting them in the back for back child support warrants?
Yeah, look.
I honestly wait daily to get shot. Honestly, I feel like at this juncture they hate me so fucking much. These people would have me offed.
It's funny, Cash. When we were before Judge Christensen, it's quite funny. That we have a really great hero is your reunification counselor that's doing everything right, and called Julia out. You know what? Let's fucking read it. You want me to get it and read it?
Read it.
I'll read. Okay, this is, and I haven't sent this to you yet. Let me email this to you first.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you. Okay, now you would think this would be enough. Well, hold on. Okay, this is an email that was sent on December 11th at 4:44 p.m. And I'm going to send it to you so you can have your own copy. Maybe you can refer to this. I'm at home now. So, all right. This is the appointed clinical psychologist who's been practicing in Illinois for 45 years.
Okay, this is my case, right? So people know.
Clinical psychologist.
Right. So people know this is my case. So
this is your case.
This was this morning. My court hearing this morning.
And Judge Christensen read this email.
This is an email from whom to whom?
This is an email from the reunification counselor, the appointed reunification counselor to the guardian ad litem.
Okay.
Hi, Sally.
Sally Lichter.
Yeah. Hi, Sally. I know that there is a status hearing on the 17th involving progress with the reintegration counseling. So I'm giving you my take on what has transpired. I've attempted to get Julia to participate in the reintegration counseling, and she has of today ignored me.
My ex-wife.
The fact that she, without even talking to me, took the children's rendition of what went on in the first session and then took it to you as fact is very disturbing. This looks very much like someone who is involved in parenting time interference and pathological gatekeeping. I reached out to Julia and told her that I was wanting to speak for an hour to both her and Cash separately, and she did not respond. The level of controlling the whole process is reflective of someone who has made a decision to keep her children from any interactions with someone she does not like, obviously Cash. In my interactions with Cash, he showed me evidence of multiple attempts to contact the kids where his communication was blocked. I believe the court may be punishing him for his stance on father's rights, but the actual behavior patterns do not warrant the courts restricting him contact with his children. Any parent that loves his or her child would experience a level of anger and frustration when their children are basically stolen from them. I know that Cash is more of a disciplinarian, but he indicates that Julia allows the kids to disrespect her, talks back to her, and generally resists her efforts at discipline. They, like any parental discipline situation, would gravitate to the more permissive parent. The bottom line is that Julia has empowered her children to resist involvement with their father. The strongest evidence is that she simply did not discuss what the children had said to her. That someone who is not acting in a way that facilitates a good relationship with the other parent. Her lack of getting the facts about what went on in the session indicates that she is looking for an excuse to exit the reintegration therapy process, and her children's narration of what went on in the session gave her that reason. There is a need to look at the potential pathology in Julia and why she is allowing her children to basically make their own decisions. I believe that there is a level of enmeshment between Julia and the daughter that feels an overprotective endorsement of the daughter's rendition of events with her dad. I believe that if Julia firmly indicated to her children why she is allowing her children to basically make their own decisions, I believe that there's a. Oh wait, hold on. Let me go back. I believe that if Julia firmly indicated to the children that Cash is their father, he is different in his discipline than she is. He has a right to involvement with his children, and they have a responsibility to be with him. I cannot find reason to declare Cash is unfit. Therefore, he has an absolute right to involvement with his children, and it is the court's responsibility to formally instruct the mother to facilitate that relationship. One of the 17 factors looking at the best interest of the children is the willingness of a parent to facilitate a positive relationship with the other parent. This clearly is not happening, and there's parenting time interference going on. People often look at the overt behavior of one person where it looks like they are angry and expressive, while failing to see the more subtle passive resistance anger of the other parent. This, I believe, is what's happening. There is no excuse for Julia not connecting with me about what went on in the session. In our Sally conversation on the phone, it appeared that you took her rendition of what went on and believed its accuracy. The reality is I started the process of gathering information and at some point said this is a process that will involve connecting with your father and talking with him. In fact, I thought that Cash might have been available to talk that day. When it became apparent that particularly the daughter reacted in a very intense way, I clearly said to her that I was not going to force her that day to talk to her dad. I did, however, say that part of the reintegration process would involve talking to her dad. Her reaction was then intense, and she must have appealed to mom to protect her and take control of the process going forward. I will resuscitate for emphasis that when a parent simply takes the overtly intense reaction of a child and does not seek to get a more factual understanding of what went on, the parent is facilitating and allowing the child to be in control. From my professional perspective, Julia was hostile to the whole reintegration process and was looking for the first thing she could use to shut it down. As doing this counseling is based on a court order, I'm wondering if Cash and his attorney can enter a motion for rule to show cause as to why she took over absolute control of this process. At any rate, the reintegration process is dead in the water, not because it could not be successful, but because someone who is making assumptions and listening to faulty information is in control. I have done reintegration multiple times and they have been successful. This is the first time that I've ever experienced a parent unilaterally shutting the whole process down. Since it could work, the appropriate question is, does Julia not want it to work? It looks that way to me at this point. If you have further questions or want to discuss this, give me a call.
So
that's the professional appointed counselor's assessment and recommendation.
Right. And in 47 years, he had never had the police called on him.
No. and I got to, by the way, they didn't want to give Judge Christensen the police report. I got the police report from Raymond and gave it to Judge Christensen.
Yeah.
And in fact, when I talked to Sally Lichter yesterday, she was saying, well, no, it wasn't Julia who filed a complaint. It was allegedly Kaylee who wanted to go to the police. And then I pull up the police report, and the police report says that the complainant is Julia.
Of course it is. But she'll cast blame wherever she can, to the children, to the judge, to the attorney. She'll cast blame to anybody. But the person who is withholding the children and causing all of this, it's a very public conflict. I mean, look at this. I am on a live stream and have been doing this for years now. And our children shouldn't have to endure this. Our children shouldn't have to. And people go, well, guess you can just shut your fucking mouth and be quiet. And they don't have to. Yes, they do. They're still suffering. They're still not seeing their dad. Their dad's still suffering. When you're being criminalized and harmed, you don't keep your mouth shut. Why would you teach your kids to keep your mouth shut, right? Or to keep their mouth shut? Okay, this is criminal behavior. It's immoral. It's inhumane. I would never do this to their mother, ever. It wouldn't even cross my mind. But the woman doesn't deserve any custody at all. None.
Look, in Cash, there's been instances where they've transferred custody on far less. I mean, calling the cops on the reunification counselor is fucking crazy.
My ex-wife called the cops on the reunification therapist, Jim Bedell, Dr. Jim Bedell, who testified in front of the Restorative Justice Committee with Representative LaShawn Forge, that 50-50 is, in fact, what's best for kids. But in this case, I should have full custody, to be honest with you. I never would have sought full custody, but at this juncture in my life and my children's life, they're being abused. They're living in an abusive environment. They're actually being abused. This is causing harm.
They're being brainwashed. And honestly, the description that I have, of Caden and the description that I heard in court today of Caden is that Caden has been put through the ringer, dude.
He has. She put him in summer school when he was on a roll.
No. Even worse than that is that Caden has been basically, from what I can tell, completely. He is a mirror image of you. He's your biological son. Right. But Julie has tried to emasculate him and basically uncash him.
Right.
And it was represented to court today that Caden claims that he's a violent person and that he's a reformed violent person. That he needs help, and that he's gone through extensive counseling to
brainwashing at the hands of a feminist. Katie Angel is a feminist, brainwashing commie Marxist.
He's gone through extensive counseling basically to erase his allegedly violent nature.
Let me say this to my son. Look, to my son, Caden, you're not broken, son, right? You weren't born broken. What you're doing is you're hurting, right? And to my daughter, you guys are hurting. We had a wonderful relationship. And Dad was tough. He was. He'd been a drill instructor. He was a sheriff's deputy, a reserve sheriff's deputy. He was in the military for 20 years. You're not the only kids to have a tough father who was a disciplinarian. But your dad.
That's a sideshow.
It is a sideshow because the love is evident that I have for my kids in the countless pictures and moments. This is us at Bass Pro Shop. How miserable does my child look? I mean, I've got countless. Caden hates photos. He didn't like being in them. Kaylee's much more, photogenic and love being in pictures. But, it just, for the life of me, Ted, I mean, I can't rationalize when I just keep going round and round. I read this Declaration of Independence. I read the 13th Amendment, that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, which is why we, of course, incarcerate lots of, especially poor fathers, into prison. But it shall not exist within the U.S. or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Yet, so here we have the 13th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude. Okay, involuntary servitude. Tom Cotton, check out the irony. Tom Cotton proposes a bill to mandate work programs, mandatory work programs for reimbursement to the states, right? So if the states have mandatory work programs for non-custodial fathers like myself, the states get reimbursed money. So the states actually get federal dollars to have people that order us to go to work for as long as they deem necessary, okay? Fuck your survival, fuck your ability to pay your own bills, right? God forbid you wanted to maybe remarry and have other kids because you've been kept from your kids for so long that you wanted to still have a family of your own. And for the life of me, like Chris Cole brings up all the time, I could still be a stepdad to somebody's children, right? Especially stepfathers out there have more time with many fathers' kids. They have more, any man in my ex-wife's life has more time with my children than I've had in years. And this is common throughout our society where we've normalized another man raising another man's kids. And that's bullshit. We want to raise our kids, and stepdads out there, you need to begin asking these questions of these women you're getting involved with that do have children. I don't give a fuck what they told you about the ex. I don't care. If there's kids involved, you need to go find out. Is it really true? If there's kids involved in the equation, you need to find out if it's true. You need to see for yourself. You need to ask the questions for yourself. This is immoral, men. And if you're supporting any woman out there who does this or has done this, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, man, for participating in this kind of abuse to another human being and to children. And for what? To what end? What's the ultimate goal here? For narcissists and sociopathic individuals, it's about power, control. My ex-wife is sick. She is fucking sick. I have depression from not seeing my kids, and I get treatment for it, and I smoke cannabis for it. But the depression stems from not seeing my children and being put through the ringer of the court system. My disability stems directly from the circumstances I'm involved in, as it does for many of you. It causes anxiety, post-traumatic stress, eating disorders, sleep disorders. Your stress does a phenomenal, magnificent job of destroying your fucking mind and body. And they know that. It degrades you. It eats at you because you wake up and you live it and you breathe it every single day. But nobody fucking bats an eyelash. I don't know if Ted's still here or not.
I'm here. No, I'm here. I'm listening, man. So sometimes I just relax and listen.
So what's the I have to, legitimately, Ted, look, I have to tell you, as my attorney, I have to tell you, I have a legitimate thought process that passes through my brain of going, do I have an obligation to use force against my government? Men, they ask me this all the time. They want to know from a veteran perspective. People reach out to me, Ted, and they will ask me, Cash, you're a service member. It's oftentimes how they'll phrase it. Cash, you were in the military. Aren't you guys supposed to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic? And I go, yeah. And they go, well, these judges are violating our constitutional rights. We show that every day. They're violating our constitutional rights and nobody's stopping them. And they're taking our kids. And the military is supposed to defend us against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So isn't that a domestic enemy that you're supposed to defend us from? And Ted, mind you, I'm on retainer still with the military. I'm not officially retired until I hit my 30-year mark. So I'm on a retainer pay at this moment. It's not technically, they call it retirement, but it's not. Technically, it's a 10-year retainer pay that you're on. And so I have to ask myself, because it's not like I got a chain of command around me right now. I got me, myself, and I, that fucking uniform back there. And this Constitution that I read that says that involuntary servitude or slavery is illegal, while I'm watching Tom Cotton on Capitol Hill advocating for reimbursement to states for mandatory work programs. Mandatory, what else do you call it? A mandatory work program? What else? Slavery. A mandatory work program is slavery. And because we allowed it to happen to blacks, because we allowed it to happen to natives, because we allowed Japanese to be slammed to internment camps, we turned a blind eye for so long, for hundreds of years. We turned a blind eye to the suffering and the abuse to our fellow man that we allow for this mandatory work program. Folks, that's fucking slavery. I'll never, ever, ever, ever in a million years, if I am 1,010% fit, if I was as fit as fucking Superman and I could jump over huge buildings in a single bound and fucking dodge bullets, I would not work one fucking day in a mandatory work program ran by the state as a non-custodial father. Never in a million years. Fathers, if you submit yourselves to that, I really question where your spine and your testicular fortitude came from. If you submit yourself to the will of the state in such a manner to incorporate yourself into a mandatory work program underneath the coercion of the state, educate yourself and say, fuck you. No, I'm not doing it. Give me my kids. Is that not what we should be saying? Give us our children back. It's illegal. You haven't found me unfit. You haven't found me to be an endangerment. You've not followed the statutory requirements of the state of Illinois to infringe upon parenting time. You're in the wrong. I don't have the money for an appeal. I don't have the money to go to the Supreme Court. If it wasn't for you, Ted, I would have no representation whatsoever and no chance, no hope at all.
You know what I'm thinking, Cash, is that, you know, I've sort of taken just in my own, because I have other things that, you know, I try. You know, we have all these people doing good things. And, you know, Mark Ludwig does good things. Chad Laudermilk and Illinois Fathers for Equality do great things. The National Parents Organization does great things. There are a lot of people doing, you know, that play their own role. And you have your role. You know, there's never going to be anyone who's everything to everybody in this movement. Everyone has their little piece. So I've sort of had my, you know, I've sort of taken hands off and the people that have spent the time pushing the shared parenting legislation, I've tried to support them to the extent that I can. I've talked to my representatives. I've, you know, done my part, knowing that it's a, you know,
keep talking to the audience. I'm going to run to the restroom.
Yeah, is that I've done the best that I can to, you know, to give the people that have that proficiency to do that, not get in their way. But when it comes to the best interest of the child standard, I really wonder. I have a lot of problems with that. And there was a really good article that came out in the Nebraska Lawyer, I think back in 2018, where the authors are three attorneys, and they noted that the best interest of the child standard actually harms families and parents because it basically puts them into a cage fight and fighting over for what should effectively be small incremental changes, tweaks. You know, parents shouldn't be in the position of fighting for their children. And then I really wonder if, you know, the best interest of the child standard has been criticized as being indeterminate and possibly even unconstitutionally vague. And none other than Hillary Clinton wrote in a law review article in the Harvard Law Review, I think in 1972, that noted that the best interest of the child standard is vague. In Troxel versus Granville, Justices Kennedy and Souter both noted the long problems of the history of the best interest of the child standard being vague. And the best interest of the child standard has only been around for really maybe 40 years, 50 years. It's a relatively recent construct. But I'm wondering if that needs to be entirely retired.
Of course it does.
And put into the trash.
Trash. It's garbage. They don't know what's in the best. Look, parents are presumed to act in their children's best interests. The state doesn't have this is simple shit. This isn't rocket science. The state doesn't have a compelling interest if there's not some sort of immediate harm or endangerment that can be illustrated to the court to warrant stepping in and removing the children from out of a dangerous circumstance. That's it. If the kids aren't in some sort of immediate threat or danger, or if you know, let's say there was a allegation of neglect, right? And if the state shows up though and finds, well, it's a clean home, you know, the parents are well dressed, well spoken, you know, the home's taken care of, there's sanitary conditions, all of these little things, we go as rational human beings. It looks pretty safe here. I mean, I don't see whether neglect. You see the kids, you watch the kids run around and they're fucking all happy and smiling, and you know, yeah, and there's no reason to remove these children, but they do it anyway.
Right, and I think that's the problem, and the shared parenting activists, the people that are pushing this, they sort of see the best interest standard in a way.
Right?
I mean,
no, they do. They see it.
They seed it a little bit. They're sort of forced to. I'm not claiming that these people have made a strategic miscalculation, because I think, you know, when you're moving legislation, you're trying to move It's like going from the 45-yard line to midfield.
Right.
It's very, very, very rare that you throw a Hail Mary or a deep bomb and get massive social change in one stroke. So I understand where they're going, but I think that underlying the shared parenting movement is that I think the way to make this process more simple and more humane is to have an endangerment standard and then a shared parenting presumption.
Right.
Is that there shouldn't even be a best interest analysis.
No, there should be no best interest analysis whatsoever. Fit or unfit. That's it. Fit or unfit. Okay. Do the circumstances warrant equal custody, i.e., is dad going to get deployed and be gone? But even if he is going to get deployed, if the father could make arrangements, okay, to leave the children with their family, right, during that time, i.e., because here's something I think that should happen. If dad says, look, on my days, if my mom still wants to pick the kids up, right, that should be in the court order, that on his days, the kids still get to spend with that side of their family. If they want to do that, if those members want to be involved in these kids' lives, and it's on that parent's parenting time, okay, let's say dad's got equal custody, but then he's going to deploy for 3 months, and the grandparents are nearby, and they say, well, you know what, we'll take the kids, during that time frame. I think that continues. It keeps the kids in a pattern. It allows them to build a relationship with the other side of their family, their extended family beyond just their father. And there's a lot of social benefits to society by these kids being raised by the remainder of the family, and that family having the opportunity. But they're not even given the fucking opportunity. There's no chances given. My mother hasn't been given any opportunity to help or to play a meaningful role in her grandchildren's lives. That's not been important to anybody. But my mother suffers. My mother, a wonderful woman, suffers not being able to see or talk to her grandchildren, and nobody cares. This woman's not fucking harming people. She's taking care of elderly people.
Right.
You know what I mean? And she's got grandkids that she misses and she adores, and it hurts her and her heart breaks. And how many grandparents out there are having their hearts broken? Your own parents. I mean, any of them, they can't see their grandkids. That's heart-wrenching. Imagine I got to go through this again as a grandfather, right? Imagine one of my sons or my daughter goes through family law, and I develop a close relationship with some grandkids, to have those taken away by the same kind of fucked up court system because I didn't put my foot down.
Let's go further. Okay, the state sanctions marriage. The state gives marriage license, and often judges, including good ones, do marriage ceremonies. Some people go to the courthouse and ask a judge to formalize the marital bonds. The state is involved in this. And the question that I have is that, given the costs of the dissolution process and the custody disputes, why isn't the state putting into their marriage licenses a default separation agreement? Why? Because the thing is everyone goes into a marriage thinking, I'm not going to be one of the 50% that it doesn't survive. And when you're marrying someone and you're all in love and everything's hunky dory,
right?
The last thing you talk about is, well, what happens if this doesn't work out?
If it doesn't work out, nobody talks about on the front end. And what happens if this doesn't work out? What happens if we grow our resources, we have kids, and this relationship fails? Nobody talks about it on the front end. What should be the plan in place before that? Right.
Why doesn't the state put in a default presumption in the marriage license process of shared parenting?
Let me take that one step further. How about we abolish the state's involvement in marriage altogether, because it was based upon racist precepts anyway, in keeping whites and blacks from marrying, and went on to discriminate against gays. Why do we have the state involved in any type of marriage? Because it's a contract between two people. It goes through a court of equity, a civil court. I think that the state oversteps its bounds and has no constitutional authority, even via 10th Amendment. I think we have a 9th Amendment right to marry without getting a license or permission from the state, because then you don't have a choice of who dissolves the relationship when the state mandates that for them to acknowledge your marriage, your contract between two people, you got to get a certificate or a license from them. That's fucking bullshit.
I think you're onto something, but I mean, there's sort of two ways of looking at this. Is that yes, I hear you on that. I think there is a compelling Ninth Amendment basis to push this.
We retain the right. I mean, they don't have the right to make us go through them to enter into a contract with another person.
I think there is part of that, but at the same time, I think that, look, if my kids are going to get married, you better fucking believe that I'm going to be all over this, and there will be, I'm going to sit down with them and I'm going to tell them.
How if we can't see them and talk to them, Ted?
Well, I mean, when they get to that point, is that I'm going to sit down with them.
What's saying that we're going to? What's saying we're going to have that opportunity though? Nothing.
And believe me, I understand that.
There's nothing. There's plenty of parents out there whose kids grow into adults, and they long for the day that these kids reconnect to them as adults, and they don't. I know countless parents that contact me with this. Their kids are 25, 30, and never contact them.
I hear you on that, but look, I have every intention of sitting down with both, their fiance and saying, all right, this is what you're going to agree to, or period. I mean, it's not a choice. Is that you're going to do this? You're going to set this out. You're going to declare each other fit from the beginning because you're marrying them. And if things don't go well, you're going to agree to a shared parenting, environment, and you're period. And
none of that matters when these state court judges shit on the law anytime they see fit. It doesn't even matter, because you're wanting to incorporate something else that, if we don't hold these judges accountable, if we don't have the transparency and reel back the state overreach, we're only asking the same corrupt offenders to uphold some other state law or practice.
You're right, but that's the other way. Sometimes when you push a proposal, something like this, you're doing it to point out the hypocrisy. My proposal is that, look, here's my proposal. As fathers in this country, I'm of the position that I'm prepared to take, that if the states do not relinquish our children from their incarceration, from their political kidnapping, it's well within our right to begin raising militias, state militias, in addressing this issue. I mean, I'm prepared to contact the sheriff and the governor and say, I'm ready to raise a militia and declare war against the state of Illinois. I'm prepared to begin bringing people to raise a militia against the state of Illinois who has sanctioned these practices. Is that unconstitutional? I mean, I believe that I've got a constitutional obligation because of my retainer pay from the military. And even if I didn't have the retainer pay, as a citizen of this nation, we can't be so naive to say this isn't, we're ignoring it. Well, it's no different. Look, I mean, not necessarily sharing, political or philosophical goals, but the Black Lives Matter movement is actually quite an interesting example of a success story of sort of a loose coalition of people that sort of came together, and they had a very simple, 3-letter name. I don't know if they, whatever specific policy agenda they. Their stuff is all over the NBA. Watch NBA on TV. It's just absolutely decorated with that slogan, and it's on the jerseys. It was able to get into some sort of popular conscience, and they did it through a variety of initially guerrilla tactics, and then getting to some sort of widespread recognition. And with this, I think a show of force would be helpful in the sense of total revolt, protest movements, it's a civil rights movement.
It's a civil rights movement.
Protest movements, the racial.
We should be marching. Look,
movement
let me say this to fathers out there.
Had a combination of the likes of Martin Luther King, and then others like Malcolm X, who were more aggressive.
Sure.
And some of them believed in violence. Some of them didn't. But when you throw it all together, there's human beings respond when their established order can't be sustained. When they know that whatever they're doing right now is not going to be sustained, and the world is going to collapse on them, and the guerrillas on the hills are going to start going into the villages.
I think that fathers out there and mothers are practicing amazing human restraint. Amazing, many of them.
Oh,
for what they are being put through, myself included, right? I've been alleged to be this very violent guy, that I did these horrible things to my ex-wife and my kids. Yet the record, the actual factual record,
right,
is completely counter to that. Was I a rough guy in the military? Fuck yeah, we all were, man. We were hard-nosed bastards, man. We men out there, we fought, we wrestled. I mean, we did what men do, right?
Right.
We were tough, hardened men out there. I mean, my early years in the military, those motherfuckers were hard on me, man. They were.
Right, but we've talked about this before, Cash, privately. Where's the violence?
Yeah.
Where's the violence? If these people are so violent,
where's the charges? Where's the convictions?
Wait, right. I mean, I don't remember
something. Yeah.
I don't remember there being, a mass shooting.
How about Ted? I give you, when's our next court date?
January 15th.
How about and what's this one for?
This is status on
status.
A bunch of shit.
Status is on lots of. Okay. Here's a status. How about on January 17th, I give you all these letters, these useless letters that I have from the presidents, former presidents, and governors. How about I give you those letters and you take all those in there and read them before that fucking court and say to them, my client wants full custody of these kids now, because these children are being abused. Like I'm seeing it done all the time, right? I see it done all the time where they shift custody they're shifting custody to parents that were alienated against. Now, I don't think it'll ever happen in my case. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't push the issue. We shouldn't.
Well, you know what? But you know what, Cash, though? I mean, I think you also have to look at this on the bright side, because I just had court in DuPage County with a client who's been going through this for 16 years. He got erased out of his daughter's life about 3 years ago for absolutely no fucking reason at all, none. And he's been fighting and fighting and fighting. And so finally they put in an order where he's going to have every other Saturday overnights, and he's going to have two evenings during the week with his daughter. And on April 1st, he's going to go back to the judgment level, to the settlement agreement levels, meaning it's going to be basically, for the most part, a 50-50 custody arrangement. So he's going to go from 0 back to 50-50. And there was a reunification counseling process. A wonderful, wonderful woman. Forgive me for stating her name because I love her to death. Her name is Margie Sawyer. She came into this relatively, long time doing this kind of stuff, but recent into this, and she was blown away. She couldn't believe how dysfunctional and how awful these court systems are. But you know what? We weighed down, and Margie wrote email after email after email, stating like, "Look, this is what's going on. This woman is polluting this process. This woman is poisoned the mind of this daughter." And so after enough pressure, like, it just collapsed. And the interest of getting the case off call, led to basically a lot of pressure and an agreement that was entered finally. And as ridiculous as this looks, the longer that we keep pushing this, I think eventually the walls will collapse. And I could actually tell that when I was, interacting with Raymond, I could tell from his body expression that they know that this is that what's going on. And that letter that I just read, to your audience was read by Judge Christensen this morning.
Yeah.
It's hard to ignore that.
But she did. She instead she created a committee. Now we've got a committee with Sally Lichter, the children's feminist counselor that's never once picked up the phone to call me ever.
But Sally told me that this, and I agree with you, that Sally told me that the children's counselor wants this process to move forward.
No, she fucking doesn't. How long has she been the counselor? How long has she been the counselor?
I think she's done a terrible job, and I've called her, told her repeatedly to resign.
I know,
to withdraw. So believe me, I understand that. But, I asked Judge Christensen, I said, Julia's got to stay out of this. I said, she can't be a part of it. Like if I don't care how the kids get to the session, but she has to be physically removed from this. She can't do what she did last time. And
right.
The judge was like, well, I'm not going to keep her from taking the children to the counseling session. Well, actually, you should.
You should. It should be me.
That's the minimum that you could do.
It should be me taking them.
Right. Like in the other case that I had, the girl's 16, so she was able to drive herself, and they ended up putting an order barring the mother from going to these sessions because she was, basically like the watchdog and looking for signals from her daughter to make sure that her daughter was basically doing her work, which was sabotaging and trying to make these sessions look like they're not working.
Not working, right.
Yeah.
They intentionally sabotage any
By the way,
hope.
like when the father's with the daughter, she's giving him a hug, telling him that she loves him. Finally, and having positive relationships. So she's the poor girl is in a difficult position caused by the mother, where I think she does want to have a relationship with both parents, but she knows full well that the mother is absolutely just deep sixing this.
Right.
And by the way, he's calling on the phone right now. Maybe he's watching.
Maybe. Have him on.
He's a great guy. His name's Tim, and he's one battle-hardened motherfucker. He specializes a lot in agriculture. He's really a farmer. He's a simple guy. He works with rabbits and horses and all kinds of shit.
He's like me.
He's just a simple dude, and he'd been through hell.
Right. Unnecessarily.
So anyway, like, people like him, like they've gone through this. They're ready to fight.
No, look. Yeah, and we need to, right? Like it is time. I'm fucking mad about it. And if you're not mad, if you're not angry about this as a parent, you're right. You shouldn't have been a parent. Okay. If you're not angry about this and what it's doing to you and your kids, that it doesn't move you to the extent that you get involved directly with what we're doing here, right? Dude, I don't know what to tell you. Right? I feel sorry for your kids for having a parent that's not willing to really fight for them. And we fight the best way we know how.
Going back to some of my previous, back in 2000 when I was working at Congress, we had the start of the China outsourcing boom. And a protest movement grew from the domestic manufacturing community that saw all their customers and their suppliers getting offshored to China. And our domestic industrial base was collapsing. And there was this group that formed in Connecticut. They called themselves Mad in the USA. Obviously they're made in the USA. They're U.S. manufacturers.
Right.
They
I like that.
Themselves
Mad in the USA.
They call themselves Mad in the USA.
I like that.
Every protest movement is angry.
Angry. We should be fucking angry. It's ridiculous what we live.
Right, exactly. And that's what happened to me in my case. I told the judge in my case on December 15th, I said, you're damn right I'm angry. I'm volcanic how angry I am at this. And they don't care because they view the anger as a threat. And for example, in the custody evaluation in my case with Dr. Saul Rappaport, who testified against shared parenting. in Illinois. I really lucked out on that one. They appointed, quote unquote, the best custody evaluator in my case. Piece of shit, this guy is. And I'm telling Rappaport, I'm angry that I'm only seeing my daughter 8 hours a week. And he writes up his report that he's this father is angry. He's clearly angry, and I'm telling him why. I'm telling him that my due process rights were violated for a year and a half when he did during the course of his evaluation, or actually it was 9 months or so that the case has started to when he finished his evaluation. And that's what I was angry about. I was angry about my civil rights being violated. And I don't think I was going to get a very sympathetic ear with Dr. Saul Rappaport being angry when he's going to the legislature and testifying against shared parenting legislation. Paying this motherfucker $17,000 to do a custody evaluation and have the anger that I have used against me. Because I'm an attorney and I had my civil rights violated.
And you're forced to turn it over under threat of force, right? Like if you don't pay this guy $17,000 for an evaluation, and if you don't pay this guy, you get held in contempt of court, and just like what we FOIA'd.
No, it was even worse than that. So what happened in my case is that the judge, a fucking bipolar piece of fucking shit, Jean Cleveland Bernstein, that woman that she is. She's nuts, and she is absolutely talking about judicial intemperament. She's got it. She has no business being on the bench. She's miserable. I can't. So anyway, she appointed him to do an evaluation, and she wouldn't increase my parenting time until he was done with the evaluation. Meanwhile, this motherfucker's charging $450 an hour, and he wouldn't proceed until I prepaid him. So literally, it was cash for kids. Is that I had to pay this motherfucker to finish his evaluation. And he comes back and he states that my parenting time with my daughter was restricted during this period. Okay, but without saying, and by the way, it was illegal because there was never a finding against this guy.
What's the solution, man?
I was basically presumed unfit, just like Stanley versus Illinois, just for being a dad.
Come on, what is the fucking solution? That's what we got to get. What is the solution? Years and years and years of litigation is not a solution. This is not a fucking solution. This isn't solving any of the problems for me, my kids, the citizens of Illinois, or nationally. What you and I are talking about is egregious in its own right in every one of our individual cases. And if we're going to protect our kids, okay, we say, I'm willing to die for my kids. I want to protect my kids. We say this, and I genuinely believe most parents that if you were standing next to your child and there was a speeding car coming and you had to jump in the way and save your child, you would do it. Or if your child was drowning, you would do it. Okay? But here's what we won't do as American citizens and as parents, as fathers and mothers. Children from fatherless homes are 5 times more likely to commit suicide. Allowing this to continue sets up our children to be 5 times more likely to commit suicide. Do you love your children if, in fact, you're not willing to get involved in a very real, positive fucking way to fight and change this when your kid is 5 times more likely to commit suicide? You're sitting on the fucking sidelines. You're not doing anything alongside me or others to change this. Your children are 32 times more likely to run away. And if they run away, they're far more likely to end up in a human trafficking ring, raped, murdered, abused, molested, fucking tortured. Okay? They're 20 times more likely to have behavioral disorders. They're going to act out. They're going to commit violent crime. They're going to hurt other people. They have behavioral disorders because they're coping with something that they don't understand. They're 14 times more likely to commit rape. How do all of these feminist and domestic violence groups out there defend men being pushed out of their kids' lives with this national standard of every other weekend when now children are 14 times more likely to commit rape as they age into adulthood? You're not protecting women. You're setting them up for failure. They're 9 times more likely to drop out of high school, 10 times more likely to abuse chemical substances. Maybe seen those OD rates, right, on opiates. They're 9 times more likely to end up in a state institution. You love your kids so much, you're going to let them end up in a state institution. 20 times more likely to end up in prison. State institution. I guess that could be a fucking mental health facility. And it goes on and on and on with all of these other things, with high blood pressure, diabetes, STDs, fucking broken bones, multiple divorces, abusing prescription drugs, suffer depression, earlier death, autoimmune diseases. It's on and on and on and on for what these kids are going through. How are we protecting our kids by endlessly debating what we know is fucking fact? Is they're violating our natural liberties? We're watching them do it during COVID. We're watching them do it with the fucking election. We watch them do it with slaves, and we watch them do it with natives, and they do it with American citizens today like me, and we just sit and debate fucking statutes, penal codes, and fuck all that doesn't matter for nothing.
You mentioned runaways. I talked to a father from Illinois who left the state probably for good reason. He lived in sort of a rural. We have this problem in Illinois where the urban counties are impersonal and vicious and cutthroat, and then the rural counties are sort of good old boy networks. And so he was in one of those good old boy networks, and the mother was constantly trying to raise him, constantly causing problems. And after a period of years, he finally got custody of his kids. And this woman was so pathological that one day, when the kids were somewhat older, dropped them off a block from the fucking police station and had the kids coach the kids to go in and claim that they were running away from their father. And what did the state do? Did the state call the father and say, "Hey, your kids are here, come pick them up"? No. The state, there's this provision in the state, and this woman's attorneys were the ones that devised this. That there is this provision, and I forget what it's called. I'll have to look it up. But there's this provision that says that if a child is runaway, the state can take possession of the child. So the state put the children in foster care without the father ever being found to be unfit, and he never got his kids back, and the kids grew up in foster care in Springfield until they were emancipated.
Wow.
That is
every day, dude. That's what I'm saying. Ted, we can talk about these issues till the cows come home, and we can cite case after case after case after case after case after case after case of the state fucking this up. 9 ways from Sunday, these numbers clearly illustrate that the state and the federal government knows what it's doing, which means that it is an organized plan to destroy the fabric of our society by weakening men's role in their children's lives and ensuring that our children are fucked up. And if they're fucked up, that means there's far more likely they're going to end up as wards of the state in some capacity. They're going to be in mental institutions. They're going to be in criminal institutions. They're going to be in a mixture of the two.
Well, I think the solution is to bring lawsuits, honestly.
And we've brought millions of those motherfuckers, man.
But you know what, though, that we really haven't. There really has not been. I mean, there was a case. An attorney in New Jersey brought a really good case, and he took it to the Third Circuit, and he got some things that actually are quite helpful. Sometimes when you lose, you still get little nuggets in there that can be useful, for people in the future to change the tactic, but to get the lawsuit right. But I think that particularly with what Judge Wood said yesterday, that the Seventh Circuit's going to rule on this in JB versus Woodard. I think they probably already made their decision. I think they probably made their decision yesterday, and it's not even a question because the state conceded the applicability of the Younger Abstention Doctrine, which says that the federal government doesn't get involved with ongoing state proceedings, and if the federal courts say no, that has no applicability here, then it's on.
Right.
And then the lawsuits are going to pile up, and there will be class action suits, and there will be, unfortunately, it's going to be hard to get damages unless you can, tie in other private actors who are acting in concert, which they are. So it's possible to sue these motherfuckers, including the attorneys. Who have done this, and I think that needs to happen. I mean, that's part of the solution. There's policy changes that we've talked about, but when it comes to really getting this under control and protecting federal rights, which Judge Scudder, noted. I mean, God bless our federal courts. Believe it or not, like I think that they are sincere. I think that they are a very, they are our backstop. If we don't have them, we're screwed. If there wasn't Brown versus Board of Education, the African American community would have been screwed. They do exist, and I do have faith in them. I think that they are excellent, probably our best jurists that are there to protect our rights. And at least in the Seventh Circuit, we've got, I think, 12 Republicans and 2 Democrats. Which is usually a good thing in this kind of area. Not always, but usually a good thing. So I think we need to test the waters. And your case is damn close. And Judge Christensen knows it. Like she said, if this unification thing doesn't work out, there has to be a hearing. Meaning there has to be, and she acknowledged that a parent not judged unfit has rights under the Constitution and under the law, under state law as well. So, I have mixed feelings, Cash, but I continue to remain hopeful.
I would expect you as an attorney to believe that the first course of action, or the most proper recourse, is that of litigation and through law and through the exploration of the legal process. But I think as Americans, we have been far too accepting of the extreme overreach here of the judiciary, where it has now became itself some sort of a law creator through the case precedents that they have established for themselves, and through what's the Latin phrase for let it stand?
Stare decisis.
Yeah, the stare decisis, right? That we don't go back and a judge doesn't go, yeah, you know what? Okay, let it stand. That means if a previous judge ruled on a matter, especially those of a superior court or within the same district, right, or in the U.S. Supreme Court, those cases have what's known as stare decisis, which means, the practice for subsequent courts will be, well, that was the ruling of a previous court. We're not going to overrule that judge in that matter unless they have some sort of a substantial merit or finding that was brought forward, claim that was brought forward by a suing party. And it takes decades to reform, which should be something that we should be able to just go, yeah, that's fucking dumb, right? Slavery, that's dumb. Indentured servitude, that shit's stupid. Why would we litigate this stuff for fucking decades? Why would we litigate civil rights and the humane treatment of blacks in this country or women in this country? Why would we litigate that for decades? That should tell us it's a fucked up system from the start. It shouldn't take decades to fix this shit. Okay? It just shouldn't.
And I'm with you.
50 fucking years this has been ongoing. Family law and the model that it uses is a 50-year outdated, archaic, inhumane fucking, it's just, it shouldn't exist in our country, period.
I'll tell you a story, a personal story, that it goes back to my previous day lobbying Congress. I formed a group of manufacturers, a protest movement. Basically the Men in the USA and the Save American Manufacturing groups, they were all getting destroyed by China. This is back in 2003, 2004. And they started organizing. They lost all their orders to China, and so they spent their time politically organizing and organizing to lobby and influence Congress. And this is basically 10 to 13 years before Trump. And they wanted tariffs on China for China holding the value of its currency too low. And so we dropped a bill. We put a legislative bill out in 2005 and lobbied for it, got 186 members of Congress to sign on to it. And we wanted it passed that year. We wanted it passed in 2006 because these businessmen, they're in business because they solve problems. And they couldn't understand how it's taking the government so goddamn long to do this. And to their credit, they couldn't get it. And so at the end of the legislative session in 2006, I went to John Dingell's office. John Dingell was the longest serving member of the House. He served from like 1955 until not that long ago. And John Dingell, I said, hey, we need help moving this legislation. And John Dingell came back to us and he said to us, it took me 10 years to pass the Clean Air Act. He's like, you guys have gotten this far, really far in 2 years. But in his perspective, I mean, it's being in Congress very long and trying to get things to move and so forth. He told us is that, it took me 10 years to pass the Clean Air Act. And it was depressing, but it was also true, is that, social change is a long haul. And the worst thing that we can do is give up.
Right. Well,
to acknowledge that it is going to be a grind, but we're part of a generational movement of people that have gone through this, and the best that we can do is we can leave this situation at least better for our children than when we left it.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. I guess just what we're all seeking and searching for is, after half a century of this, how many more decades should the American parent wait until they declare war themselves on the state and the federal government and their agencies that they have created to turn us, the working men and women, into the serfs of this country, and break our backs and that of our children for their political and economic gain? How many more years?
I think we should. I think we should raise a militia. I think we should raise holy hell.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
100%. I am totally on board.
Good. And I believe that a lot of other people are on board with raising a militia as well. And I think, I don't, I'm not one for naming militias, I don't guess, because I never started one. I joked about starting one whenever I was getting out of the military. Because everybody knew I was, a rural Southerner, and they joked about my, what we do down in the South. Like everybody belongs to a militia, and we all run around with fucking guns. I mean, a lot of people do, but not everybody. Dude, I've talked to so many service members, veterans, that are being put through this, and they're sickened by it. I mean, they've had it up. They've had it. They're past had it. They're just fucking over it. Like, and I think that that's what's about to happen. And I think January 20th and all this other shit with the presidential election, I don't know, man. There's no telling what's going to happen. I think that there's a spark waiting to happen. Because there's some pissed off parents out there, and they should be. There's pissed off citizens, and they should be fucking mad.
Yeah. Oh, I'm mad. I'm beyond mad, and I don't hide it, and I do that on purpose. It's like, I'm pissed at you people. You people know better. This is your job to get this kind of stuff right, and you blew it, and you continue to blow it, and I'm not going to pay for your sins, and I'm going to make it hard on you. You're not going to enjoy this, and you know what? And if they retaliate and they abuse their power. Well, in the case of the judge that I have, I sued him. I sued him for abuse of power, which he's done.
Right.
I mean, the judge in my case is openly disobeying an order of the appellate court. Openly.
Yeah.
Openly. To hold a hearing on it. He's denying that his judgment got reversed. Denying it. And what's so funny is that the next day the state attorney general's office tells the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals that, the appellate court reversed his judgment and there's no order in effect. And this guy's fucking denying it the day before. I mean, what a crank. There's certain people that if you bow down to, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for yourself, dangerous, and that's what needs to happen.
When you allow a tyrant to continue with their behavior, when you allow a tyrant to continue with tyrannical behavior, they'll continue the behavior. That's how it works.
Sure.
You can tell them you're wrong. The tyrant doesn't fucking care. If you tell the tyrant, hey, you're breaking the law here, they know they're breaking the law. They don't care. So you file something else with them for them to break the law some more. To me, it's insanity. It doesn't make any sense to keep filing anything.
And you cower to them, and they're going to keep. And what you're doing is you're really socializing the abuse on the next person that comes before them.
That's correct. So what are the chances? Somebody's asking, what do you think? What are the chances they're going to increase child support on this Tom Cotton bill? I think that it'll win. I personally think it'll win wide bipartisan support because so many people are so fucking uninformed and detached from what's happening in this country that they'll go, yes, Yeah, get off to those deadbeats. Make those deadbeats pay more. And it's predominantly men living at and below the poverty line. They're already impoverished. You realize how fucked up you got to be attacking a guy, many of them homeless, living on the streets, impoverished? You know how fucked up you got to be to pour that salt in the wound, to be that uninformed, that ignorant, that you believe he's a deadbeat. All the while it's been the system, being kept from his children, the courts. It's set up. Men are set up to fucking fail in this country as it pertains to raising our kids.
That's the same thing on child support, and particularly alimony. Because they're the guys that I know that are paying huge amounts of alimony. And are being kept from their kids. Well, if I'm such a piece of shit,
yeah,
why are you taking all my money?
You're good enough to work a whole career. You're good enough to do top secret work for the fucking country, right? You're good enough to deploy on board a submarine that has the capability of carrying nuclear missiles on it. You're good enough to be entrusted with top secret information for years on end and never disclose that information despite the years of state abuse, right? Despite years. I've had people contact me, Ted, and I told this to the FBI and the Secret Service. I fucking told them. I said, it's not a matter of if, but when. I'm telling you right now that people have reached out to me and they've probably hacked all my shit. They've probably wiretapped all my shit. I told the feds, I told the FBI when they were here to let me know when they pulled their fucking wiretap off my house. And because I told them, I said, people contact me and they are ready to revolt against these courts. They are ready to revolt. I've had conversations where people talk to me and they're like, Cash, I'm at my wit's end, man. I've played this game for years, 5, 10, 15, 20 fucking years, never seeing their kids being deprived, being thrown in debtors' prisons, being just put through the ringer, man. They're fucking fed up with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talk about consumer boycott. I think that there needs to be a revolt. Is that look? It's already clear that the law is that you can't withhold parenting time if someone doesn't pay you child support, and vice versa.
That's what they're doing to me, though, aren't they? Isn't that what they said? If I paid up all my child support, I could see my kids. Didn't they say something to that effect, Judge Christensen? Like maybe he needs to catch up on his child support or something?
She did. She said maybe that'll reduce some of the tensions. Bullshit.
That'll reduce the tension. If I give this bitch, she's getting $1,200 a month, but if I give this bitch, and that's what she is, if I give her an additional $600 a month, bring it up to $1,800, maybe cap it off at $2,000 for a smooth, even $24,000 tax-free fucking bonus for doing dick, except keep kids from their father. Yeah, maybe if they'll do that, then it'll ease the tensions, and I'll get to be a dad.
That's the thing. Look, and that happens a lot. Like when we talk, going back to talking about the manufacturers, I sat with a board of a bunch of manufacturers from Michigan, and they told me that one of the biggest problems they have in keeping a stable workforce is that the mother will find out where the father's working and they'll quit. So it's hurting our economy.
It's hurting the economy. We're hurting the fucking economy, Tom Cotton, you dumb bitch.
Once the withholding starts occurring, these guys are gone. And
Tom
they
Cotton,
leave their job and they go to the next one. It's horrible for everybody. But it's terrible enough when they withhold your shit and they garnish your income through the state disbursement unit. That's. But whenever you can, I think we should, is just absolutely refuse to fucking pay child support when the other parent is withholding children and frustrating the relationship. When that is happening, they are intentionally abusing the process,
right.
Intentionally, profiteering off of you. You're not the deadbeat; they're the fucking welfare queen.
Right. Big damn difference. There's a big difference in a deadbeat father and a mother who is sinking, and vice versa. Okay, you can flip this fucking any way you want, right? And eventually, I'm going to get done with the disclaimer that I'm not anti-woman, and you'll just figure it out on your own. Because I'm not anti-woman. I'm anti-bad woman, just as I'm anti-bad father. I don't want some bad deadbeat out there fucking who abuses people, hurts people, and doesn't provide for his family or his kids. Right? Does this look like the office of a man who doesn't provide for his kids? Honestly? Come on, man. Wake the fuck up, people.
They're not seriously, no one's accusing you of not providing for your
Oh,
children.
I've had those accusations levied at me since I ran for. In fact, before I ran for governor.
Well, but that may be, but it's not happening now. It's not happening now. It's an old decrepit piece of shit human being, Raymond Bolt, who's profiting off money to campaign against you and trying to fund his own fucking rent payments on his office off of the frivolous, bogus contempt petitions brought on off of you.
Right.
He's a bad dude.
Yeah, he's
Not
a
good
sack
human
of shit. Is what he is.
No,
He's
I mean, no one. I would never ever fucking do that.
Never.
I would never get into a situation where it would be as hostile as it is between you and him. But he stoked that.
Yeah.
I don't think that you caused that. I think he did.
Of course he
Yeah.
fucking did. He came in here hot with a knife, just like, because Julia dumped tens of thousands of dollars into his fucking wallet and said, this is the job I want you to do. And he's executing the job that he's being paid to do. Never mind the fact that he defends pedophiles. And one of the easiest methodologies for pedophiles to access children is to access vulnerable families. The most vulnerable families are those that don't have strong, masculine, protective fathers in them. To watch out for fucking creeps like Raymond Bolt and that piece of shit pastor that he defended back in 1996 that was really a hedophile, not a pedophile, if you want to be technical about it, because he was fucking sleeping with young teenage girls.
Nice. Great.
Well, look, man, I'm going to have to fucking end this feed. I've been going for 3 hours and 7 minutes on this, and I need to go get on with my day.
You do, and so do I. But it's great talking to you, dude. You got so much fucking energy, and so keep it up, and I salute you, and I feed off your energy. It's I find it to be motivating. So keep it up.
So I just want to clarify. I'm probably not seeing my kids or talking to my kids by Christmas time. Is that safe to say?
I would say the odds on that are pretty high that's not going to occur. But
Right.
But
3 Christmases in a row. Never mind all those other ones. They don't.
Let's see what happens. I don't think it's necessarily terrible to bring in the children's. I have big problems with her. I think she's a disgrace. I think she's a massive total failure. This woman, and she should really have no business in this. But to me, it doesn't bother me too much because there's only one place that these people can go, and that's forward. They can't go back any farther. It's literally impossible.
Well, we're going to keep fighting a good fight, Ted Bush.
All right. Take care, man.
Later, brother.
Bye.
So you guys heard that's my attorney, Ted Bush there. No, he hung up. There we go. You heard some of the discussion. Look, I'm not opposed to raising a federal militia. I'm not opposed to it. Of connected parents across this country. This has jack and shit to do with Donald Trump and the Joe Biden fucking debacle. But I'm not opposed to beginning to stand up a federal militia force of parents like myself who know that what they're doing is unconstitutional and inhumane, and it's wrong. And nobody has countered it, right? Nobody. So ask yourself what you're willing to do. What are you willing to contribute? Is it always going to be somebody like Cash Jackson that fucking does it for you and is the voice for you and your kids? Or will you finally say, it's up to me to save my kids? Right? Are you willing to partner with people like me or go find somebody else? You want a more legislative approach? You want to learn all the lobbying ins and outs? Mark Ludwig's your guy. He's the best guy out there. Hands down. Hands fucking down. That's your guy. In my opinion. There's different viewpoints about how to proceed forward in this country with these issues. And I think those of us that have some different views and ideas about this are predominantly those of us who are suffering the most at the hands of the state. And this is what they're doing. It is not working, David. And I'm ready to have conversations with other men and women that think the same way. It deserves thorough, of the utmost. Hold on a second. Damn phone's freaking vibrating away. He's over messaging me. Anyways, I'm gonna have to fucking get off here. I got a day to get on with. Where's this damn? Oh, yeah. And they want to form a committee, right, to decide when I get to see my kids. Now we've got a committee formed with the reintegration therapist, with their other therapist that I've never spoken to, and she has never returned any of my calls or messages, nor my attorneys, not once. Katie Angel. And I absolutely have to question her motives as a feminist in this nation, that she has contributed to the emotional and mental abuse of my kids, along with Sally Lichter and Raymond Bolt and Judge Salvi and all of them. My kids have been abused just like yours have, but it wasn't by me. I hope you'll go over to Patreon and join me. Look, I'm going to share. I'm going to do a screen share here. What I'm doing is not easy. Okay? It's fucking not. You know that it's not. I know that it's not. But I'm building out a platform and a network here to get more of us involved to make the change that we need to make. A VIP patron is $25 per month. A lot of my content is going to shift over there. Why? Because number one, hold on a second. Oh, there's something else I want to show you before I do. This is it. Share. There we go. Did I get it? There we go. Got it. And help me out. This is a fucking battle. Me, Ted, there's others of us that are in the mix here, and we're fighting this tooth and nail. We can't do it alone. This isn't like normal content, folks. What we're creating, what we're dialoguing, what we're doing, we are attacking the heart of the judicial system and how it takes our kids from us. Myself and Ted are on the front lines of fighting this shit and have been. As a result of my outspokenness, that's why I haven't seen my kids in over 2 years. The orders are facially illegal and void on their face, but so I don't get shot by the police, because a domestic violence call is the most dangerous call that a police officer responds to. They respond to a domestic call with a heightened sense of security and self-awareness about what's happening near and around them, because they're at greatest risk of being killed. And I don't want to be shot by a police officer who has this heightened sense of awareness because he's been bashed by the mainstream media. He's been taught that men are nothing but violent, abusive people, and that if they respond to a call involving domestic violence, of course, it's the man who's the antagonizer. Of course, it's the man who's the abuser and the aggressor. It's not the man begging to see his children because he hasn't seen them for 2 years. It's not that man. That's not the man that showed up. It's not a man that's always provided for his kids and been there for his kids. No, he's a violent, abusive monster, and you're more likely to get murdered because the police were trained wrong. They were taught wrong, and we know this. So I don't go up to Illinois to try and see my kids because my ex-wife will fucking have me executed. I'm safer in Illinois, or I'm sorry, in Arkansas. And I'm pretty certain they've already tried whacking me twice. They tried. Might have got pretty damn close once. So I'm over it. You know what I mean? It's time to advance the discussion to the next phase. That's where Cash Jackson is at in his mind. Right? I'm done with this. I'm over this shit. Had court again today, and the mother actually called the police on the psychologist in the case, who was seeing my children for the first time and discussing the reintegration therapy process with them. And the mother filed a police report against him over in Cary, Illinois. And the police never even called him. Cary, Illinois police never even called him for the unlawful restraint or whatever she alleged. Said that he locked the door and wouldn't let him out or something. Yeah, that fucking happened. So I'm ready to elevate the conversation to the next level about the constitutionality and the obligation we have as citizens in this country. I'm having a peaceful conversation right now, and that's what I'm going to continue to have at this juncture. But I'm going to exercise my constitutional authority to organize a militia and raise up a militia that believes that the states are overreaching their constitutional authority and taking our kids so that they can make money. If you yourself are as fed up as I am, then you need to fucking join me. You need to join me in this conversation where we sit down and we have a historical, civil, peaceful, rational, albeit probably emotional discussion about the history of this country and the founding and the application of force and its purpose when a government has exceeded its legal and moral authority. We don't need no fucking bills. None. We don't need any bills. You don't need a bill to tell you can use cannabis. You don't. God put it here, not man. Right? You've got a natural right to use for your body what you need to use. This guy says, or lady, Jazz Thomas Jones. Let me talk to you there. I believe you're a lady. Okay, I'm not trying to insult you here. I'm trying to look at your profile pic. Man, please, she says. Okay, let's talk. Man, please. How many young men, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm going to just call you Miss Jazz because you look like a woman as far as I can tell. So I'm going to call you Miss Jazz. Miss Jazz, you do appear to be an African-American woman. And even if you're not, the argument still exists. It's still the same. How many of your young men have been taken off the streets and their constitutional rights violated? Huh? How many? The left loves to proclaim how many of their young black men are being unlawfully detained and murdered. Am I right? Okay. Now, would it also be true, would it be safe to say that gun laws have largely restricted and prevented the black community from possessing and owning, purchasing and owning firearms so that they can't exercise their Second Amendment right? Because what does the 13th Amendment say? I don't know. Let's go back and read that. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude. Okay, involuntary servitude. How many black fathers out there have to pay child support? Okay, let's be honest. Okay, I'm going to stereotype the black community for a moment and say most blacks, or a larger percentage of blacks, vote for Democrats than Republicans, and largely the left, not necessarily just blacks, but largely the left accuses the right of being racist, especially Republicans. Right, white, racist. It's predominantly what the Republican Party is associated with from the left. Now, these are ad hominem attacks, of course, and they bear no fruit based upon the evidence. What does, however, where is there evidence, is that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, Miss Jazz. How many black fathers will be ordered into mandatory work programs operated by the state? With Tom Cotton's introduction of a child support increase bill, he is in fact advocating for the involuntary servitude, i.e. slavery. Involuntary servitude is slavery. What else do you want to fucking call it? Why don't we dance around with this? I'm not diminishing what happened to the black community and what happened in slavery. But I would argue that it's equally egregious and immoral to withhold somebody's children to the extent that they killed themselves or that they're bankrupted. And that's happening to black fathers all across this country, Miss Jazz. And it's happening largely because we've been apathetic to the plight of men in this country. And we have diminished their service and what they bring, not only to a family, but to a nation. They murdered Walter Scott. They shot him in the back in South Carolina as he fled a police officer because he did not want to go back to prison on a back child support warrant. Right? Probably no right to an attorney, no right to a trial by jury. You're going to debtor's prison, Mr. Walter Scott. This is how, what happened to the black community and the Native community and the apathy of human beings in those generations is why we still have such a draconian, immoral, inhumane practice in our courts. They don't want black fathers involved. They don't want Hispanic fathers involved. They do not want white fathers involved. They don't want Native American or Asian fathers involved in the rearing of their children. And men like Tom Cotton clearly illustrate that with their malicious bills that will further divide this country, that will build more animosity between moms and dads. And no, not because dads don't want to pay child support, because dads want to be the child support. They want to raise their kids. But gosh, it's expensive to raise a kid. You're right. All the more reason why it should be equal, to have a certain, even equal share of the expenses, or the closest that you could possibly imagine. There's nothing equal about me paying 100% of my home and 50% of my ex-wife's home. There's nothing equal about that. That means I pay 150%. Illustrate to me the equality in that. Illustrate to me the equality of developing memories and having the equal time and opportunity to impact and raise your children when you don't see them for years at a time. And the court just drags it along, creates hurdles and obstacles, and further pushes you away and alienates you from your children. If you're as fed up with this fucking bullshit as I am, quit fucking around, man. Come over here, join me at Patreon. Help us have the discussion. Drive this. Let's get together. We'll raise a militia. You want to raise a fucking militia? Let's raise a militia. I'm all in. I'll put on my uniform. We'll raise a militia together. I'm all in. Why not? It's constitutional. It's not unconstitutional to raise a militia. It's not. It is quite constitutional to form a militia. It's quite constitutional to oppose tyranny. It's quite constitutional and moral to use force when needed to abolish a government that is no longer serving the people. Right? I mean, I sit down and I read these things. I don't memorize them, but I read them. There's a new country on its way, whether you like it or not, right? And we get to decide what type of country that's going to be. Do not let them silence you anymore. Don't fucking let them do it. Take the gag off, stand up, speak out, lock arms. My enemies are not women. My enemies are not mothers. My enemies are not Democrats. My enemies are not black. They're not gay. They're not even feminist. My enemies are the state that pervert our laws, that pervert our Constitution, that overreach their moral and legal authority to assert itself using force and threat of force over you and your family. That is my enemy. Never allow them to misconstrue where you stand. Be open and honest about who you are and where you stand, because you have the moral high ground in this matter. You have the legal high ground in this matter. You have the religious high ground in this matter. You are not wrong to be harmed by the state and feel anger towards that harm. You are not wrong, and it is not immoral for you to consider the thoughts about what you need to do to rectify the state overreach. You're not wrong or immoral about that. That is a very natural human inclination. We got to form ourselves into a group of men and women who can't be fucked with, right? Because clearly the American government and the state government understands and believes that they can just take your kids from you, because they do it. They did it to me. They're still doing it to me. I never in a million years would have dreamed I would have a discussion like this, ever. Never. And this is why I'm not anti-mom. I'm not anti-woman, right here. Her husband's rights are being unlawfully pushed because the court says so. And if were it not for women like this, that acknowledge the transgressions by the state, I would just, be some fucking white dude bitching about not wanting to pay child support. That's how they diminish your message. I have nothing to do with paying the child support. I paid child support on my older boy with no fucking problems. Didn't care. I agreed to it. I was in the military. His mom was raising him. It made sense. It was the right thing to do. It is not the right thing to do to drive me out of my kids' lives. You should be extremely upset. Stop investing in the war of terror against you and your kids. Divest from attorneys, divest from paying child support if you're able. If they're garnishing your wages, I get it. I understand. They're garnishing my pension. There's little that I can do about that. The remainder of what I'm supposed to pay, number one, I don't have the ability to pay it. I don't have enough money left over at the end of the month. Number two, if I did have the ability to pay it, it is not legal because they are exceeding their federal authority, their state authority, because they don't have jurisdiction over veterans' disability benefits. Despite what they say with Rose v. Rose, go and look at Foster v. Foster that just occurred in the state of Michigan, and you will see a proper legal argument made to the state on why the state never had jurisdiction over these disability benefits, mine included. Grab your fucking friends, grab your buddies. The only people I'm really going to respond messages to are those who message me on Patreon. Why? Because my time matters. My message fucking matters. And if you believe in what I'm doing matters enough to you that you're willing to sit here and hang out with me for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, I hope that you would believe in me enough to go over and join me in Patreon, $25 a month. It helps me to continue this fight. It helps me build a larger platform to build this fight. That is where I will network with people that I take seriously. And yes, I believe that helping me financially pays more credence to the fact that you take me seriously, you believe in me, and you want to be a part of the change. You don't want to just watch a fucking Facebook live feed. You actually want to get involved and be a part of that. Yeah, that says that to me. No differently than if I put gas in my truck and drive down to Louisiana to go see my family knows I'm intentional about spending my time and my money to come see them and hang out with them and love them and grow with them. Yeah. And this is what we should be getting rid of. Imagine if we spent a fraction, 1% of all the money invested into the family law domestic industry. If we took 1% of that money instead and we paid ourselves as a movement, we invested into our movement. We invested into these platforms that we're building. Don't want to invest in me? That's okay. Go build another platform. Do it your way. If you think you've got a better way, go do it your way. I'll cheer you on and I'll support you to whatever extent I can. But only as much as you're willing to support me, right? Don't go cash. I want all the support and promotion from you. No, people do that to me every fucking day. They want something from me every day and never offer something in return. It's take, right? So I unabashedly and unashamed now promote myself and what I'm doing because I believe what I'm doing is long overdue and it's badly needed. And I'll say it like it needs to be said. That's who I am. And that's not for everybody, and that's okay. That's why there's a fucking whole wide range of market out there. You can go watch boring TikTok videos and bury your head in the sand while the rest of us wade into the waters with the sharks. I got to go. I'm out of here, man. This show's went long enough. 3 hours, 30 minutes. We've talked about a lot of shit. I get it. I'm not mad at anybody. You know your circumstances, right? Only every person can search their own heart and know what they're capable of doing or not doing. And I will never shame a person for being as involved as they can in every capacity and not having the finance. I understand that, right? What I have a hard time believing is that most people can't sacrifice a pack of cigarettes or a cup of fucking coffee or a McDonald's meal to help out somebody like myself. That's what I believe. I believe if we're honest enough with ourselves, we could go, yeah, you know what? I've got a bad vice that I've had, and it would be more positive for me to invest my money into helping what Cash is doing instead of killing myself early and never having a relationship with my kids at all because I destroyed my health. Right? We have choices on where we spend our money. And I think as Americans, most of us have the ability to invest in these causes, to invest in what people are doing and help them in that endeavor. I think if you'd invested in Bitcoin in 2010 with $100, I want to say you'd be worth like 72 or $74 million right now, 10 years later. What if we had invested ourselves 10 years ago the way that, had we begun that process way sooner and investing in ourselves and funding our own war against the government and their overreach, had we funded ourselves and our own platforms, we would have changed the narrative, we would have changed the messaging, and we would have brought ourselves together because we would have had the platform and the network and the wherewithal then to overturn the tides of what's happened to us. We need a fraction of the money to undo what they've done. But we need the money and we need the resources and we need the manpower to do it. There's a PayPal link down at the bottom of the page. You can use that, or please go over to the Patreon, right? If you want to give more than $25, use the PayPal. If you want to be a Patreon member, I'll screen share it again. I think that this one will do it. I think. Let's see here. Fuck, hopefully that'll work. I don't know. I probably could have deleted all that other shit off there. I don't know. Click that link. Let me know if it works. If it doesn't, oh well. It's not that big a deal. I'm out of here, man. It's been a long discussion. Thanks for tuning in. 3 hours, 35 minutes. This is the War is Hell podcast. I'm your host, Cash Jackson. I'm a retired Navy veteran that is fed up with the government's bullshit, and I'm just not being politically correct about how I address it. Give me this fucking guy. Send me a link. Send me who's this guy? Let's play this guy. Oh, okay. Fuck it. You got me. All right, hold on. I'm under some pressure right now. It's Marina's only day off, and I need to go down and spend some time with her. But I had court this morning. And they did a little designer committee for me. You know. Here, hold on. Later, come on. We're gonna see if we can get this up. We'll see if we can play this guy's TikTok video.
I am so excited to participate in this year's #giving season.
#giving season. This isn't him. I'm trying to get to the tag here. Hold on.
As a way to give back to communities that
Inbox 16. I'm going to find it here. Give me a second. So apparently there's some guy on TikTok. Apparently there's a guy on TikTok bashing. Interesting. There's a guy on TikTok that's bashing deadbeat dads, I guess. Well, I'm looking at something here real quick. I believe we live in a day and age now where we can really teach our kids that what's happening to them is not in fact what they thought it was. And we need to do that. We have to dispel a lot of these myths. We got to dispel these myths that we're all a bunch of deadbeat dads. And that makes up the majority of us. We have to counter. I'm watching for the notification. I haven't seen it yet. We have to counter this societal narrative. What's the guy's? Hold on.
While we celebrate the holiday season with our friends,
I'm learning how to use this fucking platform. No, I think there's some really positive things in TikTok. Catherine, I still haven't gotten the link. Give me the link to this guy. I'm willing to fucking. You want me to fucking address this dude? I'll address him. All right. Let's get to it. I want to see some of the videos, but you got to just tell me who the guy is. Give me his name. Let me search him. Look, here's the thing. It could be. We never know who it is because a lot of them are misled, and I don't want to come out of the gate, attacking somebody who's completely uninformed. As much as I would like to, that human reaction would like to, I want to just know JD Milo. Okay, thank you. Here we go. Let me find JD here. JD Milo. I know it takes a minute. I've got a delay here because I live in Podunk. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. And in likelihood, he says one with 5,500 comments. I see hearts. I don't see comments. Oh, here we go. Deadbeat TikTok. Here we go. This is one of them. I saw this one this morning. I did.
Back Child Support Helpline. How can I help you?
Let me take a look-see and see. Okay, sir, it shows you have a balance of $56,123.43. Did you forget you had 3 children to help support? They're not your kids? Okay, sir, well, please tell that to Maury Povich. Until then, we do need payment immediately, okay? Will you be using cash, credit, debit, or check today? Neither? Okay, doesn't surprise me, you deadbeat. I'll be sure to tell your ex-wife thank you on your behalf, okay? Have a great day. Hi, Back Child Support Helpline. How can I help you? Back Child Support Helpline. How can I help you? For sure. Let me take a look-see and see. Okay, sir. It shows you have a balance of $56,123.43. Did you forget you had 3 children to help support? They're not your kids? Okay, sir. Well, please tell that to Maury Povich.
Stop right there. That. Please tell that. Now, what he just illustrated, whether or not he knew it, and the guy possibly might even work or has a friend who works in child support collections. Now, I'm going to make some stereotypes about this guy. He's wearing fucking pink earbuds. He's got a really feminine voice. His haircut looks like it's like a 1970 a porn cut for a women's underparts. And you heard what he said. You got $56,000 in child support on 3 kids that aren't yours. Tell that to Maury Povich. I don't care. What he doesn't realize is, or maybe he does realize, because maybe he does this for a living, that he illustrated the indifference to the man. He illustrated the indifference of society's concern for the man. Don't give a fuck. Even if DNA proves, like I think it was Carnell Smith, wasn't the father. Right? Like my buddy Gabriel Cornejo. Being forced to pay child support on kids that aren't yours. And to this guy, this uninformed beta shitbird, doesn't matter. $56,000, and there's fathers like that. $56,000 on paternity fraud, and it's a fucking joke to this guy. It's a fucking joke to him that men are defrauded of tens of thousands of dollars, bankrupted, businesses destroyed, and put through the ringer. And even if they have kids, not allowed to see their kids, like me. 2 years, I've paid my ex-wife somewhere around $24,000. Somewhere around 24 grand in 2 years. Haven't seen my kids, not once. Haven't seen my daughter in 2.5 fucking years, folks. My buddy Philip, right here. Active duty Navy service member. From Illinois, Cook County, black man. Cook County, Illinois. Guys like him, and I'm not saying he's behind on child support, I don't know. But people like this is what the left and communism creates. Right? Masculine men will always provide for their children. Always. Okay?
We do need payment immediately, okay? Will you be using cash, credit, debit, or check today? Neither? Okay, doesn't surprise.
And that's all that they are. They're a collection service, and they use our kids. They use our kids to collect off of us. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some sort of humorous TikTok. Maybe you guys can help me come up with some ideas. You want me to do some TikTok videos? I'll do some TikTok videos. If you're good at TikTok videos and you want to address Jay DeMilo and his pink earbuds and his fucking pursed lips, yeah, if you want to address him, let's make some TikToks. I'll make a TikTok with you. I'm not the most creative guy. But what else has he got on here? We'll see if he's got another one. I don't know. Let's see here. Well, I was right. I mean, the guy is part of the far left community. Yeah, he's got a couple of them here. Yeah, he's got a few. There he goes.
Hello, Back Child Support
It's a different one.
Helpline, where your children come first, but not with you. How can I help you today? Sure. Or can I have your last name, sir? Okay, just to make sure I have that correct. G as in good for nothing, L as in lazy, A as in alimony, N as in no good, and S as in scum? Is that
This is
correct?
the left right here.
Perfect. Glands. That's a neat name. Okay, so
This is the left. This is the left. This is what they believe. Okay. And I would venture to say, I would put money on it, that this guy's childhood was fucked up. I'd put money on it.
you're requesting to have your payments lower. And for what reason, Mr. Glands?
He was probably raised by a feminist who told him his father abandoned him.
Did your son lose his appetite for food? Hello, back child support helpline, where your children come first, but not with you. How
He's got a few of them up here. Where are these fucking comments? I don't know. Hold on a second.
Hello, back child support helpline, where your children come first, but
There
not
we go.
with you.
Yeah, one of his comments. You lost your job. Did your son lose his appetite for food? Hilarious, right? Again, indifferent. They don't give a shit. You could lose your job. You could get cancer. You could get hit in a fucking car. You could be like my buddy Jeff T-Bone in a car wreck. They don't give a shit about you. And it's because they've never suffered alongside you. And they think that this shit's fucking acceptable. Yes, CJ Abernathy, I'm still alive. Not for much longer though. I gotta get the fuck off here. This lady said, what about the dads requesting lower child support because they can't afford it, but they can go on vacation every weekend and make another kid? Can't afford it. So, shout out to all the dads doing the work for two. There are good dads out there too. This woman says, do one where the father is fighting in court for the kids and mother doesn't want that because she will lose child support. Not all dads are bad. Another lady, then there are some dads who pay almost, and men, take note of this, there's a lot of women defending you. Then there are some dads who pay almost in the thousands monthly and are denied seeing their kids by the mom for no reason, and he asked repeatedly. Case in point. Unpopular opinion. Moms that owe back child support apply to this as well. This lady says, man, this whole comment section is just bitter girlfriends' wives being mad their partner has to actually provide for the children he had before them. So this is an interesting point she makes. So this woman says that the whole comment section is just bitter girlfriends. Okay, ladies, here's where you eat your own. This is a woman. And I'm going to call her, that's what she is, because that's what she looks like. This comment section is just bitter girlfriends and wives being mad their partner has to actually provide for the children he had before them. Bitch, you just mad that you got to provide, or he had to provide for his fucking offspring that he had before you. What a rancid idiot you are, lady. What a fucking rancid idiot you are. No man is complaining, or I'm not saying no man. The majority of men are not complaining that they have to provide for their kids. We're complaining because there's a magnificent fucking monumental double standard that men like me who don't want to pay child support only want equal custody rather because we don't want to pay child support. That's the allegation from women like you. That's the allegation from these liberal legislators. We only don't want to pay child support. Okay, fine. You're right, busted. I don't want to pay child support. That's it. I only want equal custody so I can have my kids half the fucking time, do nothing with them, make no memories with them. All right, I don't want to do that with my kids. We don't want to do any of this. We don't want to have equal time to make memories. Haven't seen my children over 3 Christmases. Look at that. Yep, I don't want to have nothing to do with my kids, right? That's us. Don't want to pay child support, right? We'll defend our fucking country. We'll go out to sea. We'll spend months under the ocean, no contact with our family, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, away from our kids. We will do that. We'll put on uniforms, right? And we'll go out and we'll risk our lives and we'll get fancy little fucking medals. And it's all because we don't actually want our kids. We just don't want to pay child support. What an ignorant, magnificent, can't understand normal thinking person you are. Right? We don't want to take our kids hiking or hunting or fishing. We don't want to go to Chuck E. Cheese, or we don't want to go to Bass Pro Shop and hang out with our children at our favorite fucking places. Right? We don't want to go play laser tag. We don't want to watch our sons do taekwondo or our daughters do gymnastics, right? We don't want to hang out in front of the big fish aquarium in Bass Pro Shop. We don't want to do any of that. We just don't want to pay child support. That's how simplistic our society is. And if that could be said, then the same could be said for a woman only wants full custody so she gets child support. But that can never be part of the discussion, can it? That's off limits in this country. White men in America, sit down and shut the fuck up. You can't have an opinion because you're white. You came from colonizers. You're racist. You voted for Donald Trump, you piece of shit. And you can't hurt as a father. You're not permitted to actually love your child. Don't get emotionally attached, because if you get emotionally attached to your child, then it hurts when they rip them away from you, right? When you've not heard your daughter say, you know, Daddy, can I have a hug? When you've not heard that in years, yeah, we became a little scorned over it, right? Look at that really angry dad, being angry as hell outside his son's taekwondo, spending time with his kids, quality time. All my time with my kids, not all. Majority of it was quality. I wasn't perfect. Can't say all. My kids love me, and I love my children tremendously. I love them to the ends of the earth. I love my kids, and I would die for my children. And never, ever, ever wanted to do something publicly like this and discuss my personal life. But how could I not, when it is so prevalent in our nation, to take these kids? Yeah, I only want 50-50 custody so I don't have to pay child support. It has nothing to do that I want to have some more s'mores night with my children. Got nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do with wanting equal treatment in the court. Some of you guys are commenting from YouTube, and I appreciate that. I would appreciate it if y'all would go over and give the War is Hell podcast a follow and share on YouTube. We need to grow that platform. We need to grow the Twitter platform. Go over to the Veteran Liberty Network. I don't have a War is Hell podcast Twitter, but we have the Veteran Liberty Network on Twitter. Go follow us over there. Share us, support us. Grow what we're doing. Grow the messaging. Grow your own voice, and collectively get louder and louder and angrier. Stop sitting on the sidelines and passively allowing this to happen to you and your children. Get involved. This man says, I have full custody of my daughter, her choice, his daughter's choice, according to this guy, and 50% custody of my son, and still have to pay his ex $600 a month. Tell me how that's fair. This person says, don't forget about the dads who take care of their children and their mom doesn't pay their child support. Right, because nobody really wants to talk about that. My ex was ordered to pay $70 a month for 2 kids. Haven't seen a dime, and honestly, I don't even care. I got them with a heart. What about the dads that do care, but the moms are just using the kids to hurt the dad? Leaving the kids alone so she can go sleep around. No, that never happens, does it? Never. Women are super righteous and super moral and super principled. They're uber fucking perfect because they have golden uteruses. They would never, ever bang Jody while you're on deployment. They would never, ever make out with your best friend. They would never, ever, ever cheat on you while you're away. They're so fucking righteous and moral. I'm not anti-woman. I'm anti-bad woman and bad man. This lady says, we need a part 2 ASAP. This woman says, we paid $1,200 a month and still have to fight to see us kids. Hey, why don't you just follow me? Thank you so much on TikTok. I just saw that. Precious, thank you. We pay $1,200 a month and still have to fight to see us kids. This is a woman saying that. But that other woman's like, yeah, fuck you, you bitter bitch.
You're just mad because he doesn't want to pay child support on kids he had before he met you.
No. No, no, no. She sees through the bullshit, and as a woman, she's calling you out on your bullshit and telling you what you don't want anybody else to fucking tell you, because you run around a little circle jerk of half-ass Instagram influencers telling you, just put him on child support, get that money, baby. We'll go to the spa. What a wretched nut job a bunch of you are. I'm no mom, but this is hilarious. To all the single mommies out there sending y'all virtual hugs. Got my woke. I was woke, baby. Carla 0918_93. Just because someone is behind, this is a woman here. Goblin_Queen 420. I like that. The Goblin Queen 420. I think I'm going to go follow her. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go follow some of these people that actually sound rational and like a human being. Look, she's got crazy colored hair. She's got tattoos. And she made a rational comment. I'm going to follow her. I'm going to follow this lady. The Goblin Queen 420, because I like 420. My mother was born on 420, and we both enjoy 420 together. Just because someone is behind on child support doesn't mean any of this. You don't know their situation, and honestly, the fees are ridiculous as well. Thank you, Lord Jesus, Goblin Queen _420. Anybody that goes sees her, please ask her to follow Cash Jackson in return. Yep, I'm going to follow her. I think that's what my name is on TikTok. I'm not even named it War as Hell. Fuck, I don't know. I just created it. This lady says, eBomb81, to be fair, there are deadbeat moms and dads out there, but this video is hilarious. Gave me the laugh I needed for the day. Well, at least, you know what? I mean, she's taking humor in it. Okay, fine. I got it. This lady says, yes, I pay rent I can't afford to help you support our daughter all year, but can I pick her up on Christmas so I can pretend I'm a father? Well, this might be the case. There's parents out there that are not substantially involved in their children's lives, spend no time trying to raise them, don't even fucking try, don't lift a finger, don't reach out, don't do anything. So those do exist. I won't deny that. This lady says, love this. My ex is $53,000 behind in child support. I wonder how many of these moms stepped up and said, I'd like to do equal custody and have no child support. How many of these moms offered that? And I feel certain this person knows that this goes both ways. Here's another scorned stepmom, according to that other lady. My hubby pays regularly on time, but started out in child support debt because they backdated after they broke up. And they'll fucking do that. They'll backdate how much money you owe. Now she demands more every time they go to court. Bitter baby mama terrorist. All right, that's what my buddy Larnell Palmer calls him. Go over and follow him too. Fuck child support. That's my buddy. I like him because he's not politically correct. This lady says, my guy was in arrears and they put a lien on his house with a smirking smiley face. That's fucking funny. OMG, I'm rolling. And yup, this is so true. They want it lowered, but these kids still need food. Single mom, I guarantee you, if they're with dad half the time, he'd be fucking feeding them. What would you be doing? Laying up on your mom and dad's couch, asking when your mom's going to make a grocery run? Yeah. Oh, let's check this lady. I want to read this whole lady's comment. She says she was a fucking caseworker. Let's see here. I was a caseworker in child support for 5 months and I had to quit. It's literally so sad just how many deadbeats think they can go to court too. sign their rights over to end their child support. She's not intelligent enough to think and here's what she told him. Here's what she says her reply is. This is Shelby, B-A-X-X. So you guys can go follow Shelby Bax too, B-A-X-X. She told them, she said, I always told them to please go sign their rights over, but they still have to pay. You see, what the callous debt collector fails to understand is that many of these people still can't provide for their families. They still cannot make a living because it's so high. And it's so incredibly fucking high, and they've been incarcerated into debtors' prisons over and over and over again, that they become desperate and they're willing to sign over access to their kids. They're willing to sign over access to their kids. You have to take a human being to a fucking far point for many of them to get to that. Because many of them, it was because of the lethality of the state, the power of the state, the coercion of the state, the weaponization of the state, that they were willing to say, fuck it, dude, I can't put up with this shit anymore. I can't afford this. I can't pay my bills. I can't put gas in my car. They keep threatening suspension of my driver's license. They're going to revoke my license to fucking be a plumber. I can't afford to feed my other wife and my kids because it's too fucking high. If it was just reasonable from the get-go, you wouldn't have this problem. We're going to address this guy later. I'm going to make some TikToks. I'm going to figure it out. We'll make some TikToks, and I'm going to address this guy. You guys go follow me on TikTok. That way, whenever I put this shit out, you can help share it and support it, right? Go over to Patreon. Join me over there. We're going to break down the narrative about this deadbeat dad and that we're a bunch of fucking men who don't want to raise our kids. We're going to break down this narrative that the states are actually following the law. We're going to break down this narrative that white men in this country don't have a voice. They do have a fucking voice. And I'm going to encourage them every single day to use it. The same as I will black men, Hispanic men, Native American men, Asian men. Raise your collective voices. We're men. We're not different. I don't give a fuck what my skin color is. Paint me whatever color you want. I will be your brother and I will help you to fight this together. Because it's bullshit and you and I both fucking know it. I'm out of here. Let's get an outro going. I need to play some Nick Sky music. I got to figure out how to do that shit. Hold on. Nick Sky is our band. I wonder if I can play them on Spotify here for you. Hold on. Yeah, I can. Let me check this out. Hold on. Let me play a song. I got a lot of other artists I need to contact, by the way. So if you're an artist that's reached out to the page and I haven't gotten back to you, my bad. Right? I've worked half a work day. It's been a 4-hour video, and I don't know, but I fingers crossed that I get new Patreon members every single time because it's my goal to always get one new supporter at least whenever I do these, whether that's $3, $9, $25, or if you want to be a supporter or a sponsor. I think it's $2.50 for a sponsor, and we need sponsorship. We want to grow the show. We want a studio. We want multiple studios because this is the most important issue, I believe, in our nation. Taking kids from loving parents to make money. What could be more immoral than that? Oh, I know. Tom Cotton wants to make mandatory work programs and make fathers slaves to the state. We already are. He just wants to spread it. How about that? Nick Sky. Spotify. I'm going to be in so much trouble. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, got to like their band? You need to like their page. Boom. Let's see if we got something here. Let's see if I can play one of their songs. Let's try this one. Nick Sky. Come on. Where's my volume? Here we go. It's not the best audio quality. If I had CJ on, he would do this for me. Nick Sky is going. I can't play any unlicensed music because they shit can my show, and I don't want to shit can a 4-hour show on me. But Nick Sky has given me permission to use his work, or I'm sorry, the band's work. So you guys go over to the Nick Sky page, give him a like. Nick Sky, common spelling, Nick-S-K-Y. They got 448 likes. Go over and give him 26 more. Love you guys. I'm out of here. Give me this damn outro. It's super fast. CJ's going to make me a longer outro. I know he is because I begged him.
Action! Shot!